All right. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. I'm your host, Fontaman, and I have assembled yet again a crack team of autists to dig at rock. Yeah.
Dig.
I just want gold.
Pick,
I,
like Chinese.
pick at rock.
I may have made a slight miscalculation today.
Of what?
I made some popcorn and I looked for some seasoning. It just occurred to me the seasoning I grabbed may have been there for a year or two.
Seasons don't get bad.
Well, this is
salt
why we-
is salt.
This is why we've got, Orville Redenbacher's shelf-stable pseudo-butter.
I mean, I used that as well, but
Well,
maybe it was too much grease. My stomach ain't feeling too good.
Well, shit, that comes in the bag.
First thing my dwarf says as soon as I load in is, "I'm not feeling too good."
Wow, same
Huh,
fam.
What you did?
All right, hang on here.
If that ain't a prediction for the future, I don't know what is.
Well, we all seen that one South Park episode.
Must remember to get
Kind of
more
tracks for
gear
just
on
about a lot of stuff.
All right. The Great Egg Hunt.
Yeah, you do 5 egg missions in a row.
Well, that's something to start on, I suppose.
You say that, having done that myself, it gets really tedious.
But, well, gentlemen, the lobby is open, and you should be able to just hop in now.
Let me see here.
Carrot. Very large. Aha! It is a physical object.
As are most things.
Vegetal.
Vegetal.
Already got 4 people go. Sagasu, we have the expanded, people. we have the expanded lobby. We could have, 24?
Got
What's...
expanded carrots.
So, Goon, I don't know if you're aware of this. Do you have the mod hub installed?
Yes, I should. It's...
Okay, if you press H, you should be able to set how many people can join and how many actually appear in the hub.
No, that just toggles the HUD. Hang on here.
Okay, you might not have mod hub installed then.
But I did before!
Unless it's not enabled, so maybe double check that.
Oh no, the carrots are fake.
Shut your ass!
For some reason, I can't open the modding page. What's going on?
Jumping on this rabbit is having disastrous effects on my camera. What?
Unless you're not the host?
Oh my goodness.
You should
No,
be.
no, it says I'm modded. No, it says, it says I'm totally okay, no, that should be correct. So that means that everybody should be able to join.
Because even when I did multiplayer stuff, I was still able to look at mods and things.
That's very strange.
The only time I wasn't able to look at mods is when we were actually deployed.
No, I was able to actually view that in the lobby itself before. That's rather strange. All right, so we have.
I advise that you leave the decorations alone before
We have
management
3
asks you
people.
to flush the launch bay with
Who are we
radon
missing? Yeah,
gas.
T-Dog. Is T-Dog here?
Is here.
Would the real T-Dog please stand up?
Okay, actually, yeah, no, we've got the
Real
extra.
Slim Shady, please stand up.
Well, hang on here. We've got the
Round
extra.
of oaths for me and
Yeah, no,
my
we've got the extra
friends
beer
here.
slot too. So that means the mods are in fact active. I
You
cannot
just can't open mod hub for whatever reason.
for whatever disturbing reason. But the mod is either 16 or 24 or something, some ridiculously large number, way more than we usually get.
There's a maximum number you can set to, and then a maximum number of dwarves that appear in the hub itself.
I see,
Those
but
are
I
2 different values.
I can't seem to actually open that, which is rather strange. Huh. Oh well.
I slept.
I assume not even the modding tab in the menu is also disappeared, right?
No, I can click on it, it just doesn't load. That's incredibly strange. That's the first time that's happened. Did we break something with the, did obviously the update for Easter break something?
I blame the carrots. They're planning something.
Probably. The carrots are trying to break modding compatibility.
Wouldn't surprise me, but
Fuck
given how
carrots.
often it's update. Also, Goon, for your
carrot pile.
consideration, There is a Twitch interactivity mod, which lets viewers spawn in or activate certain things based on channel point redeems, gifted subs, and subs themselves.
Dear God, how could this possibly go wrong?
Oh, you can pop the
Including,
carrots.
along with this, you can get a mod that adds extra spawns. One of which is the America Grunt, which plays America Fuck Yeah and causes random explosions.
I mean, that's fucking rad. Right, okay.
I discovered this on my last stream.
Okay, so, So, well, I suppose we can start over here. Lethal enemies, you say? I don't... See, this is funny, because I didn't think I had my controller active, but now it's active on screen. No, wait, there we go. Okay, right. And now it's switched to controller keyboard prompts.
Hmm.
Come on, guys.
Do you have something like pressing down against the controller or keyboard?
I might have accidentally.
That might have done it.
I just picked up the controller and put it back down, and all of a sudden it started reading the keyboard again.
Oh,
Wait, no.
T-Dog's died. Long live T-Dog.
Well, no, T-Dog's here, so yeah, we're good. We've got more than 4 people. It's very strange that I can't open the modding hub, but no, the mod is active. Yep, there we go. 5 people. If there's anyone else in the audience and in the Discord, you're welcome to join. We can have an unreasonable amount of people, and the game, you know, difficulty scales with the amount of people that we have.
I would
It
probably
comes for everyone.
put in additional announcements, letting people know that we are using the funny lobby mod if they want to join.
We've done this like 3 times, but apparently no one remembers.
Yeah, it's good to remind people if there's anyone new or no one's paying attention. It is best to never assume when it comes to your community.
Unfortunately, I've learned this is entirely true. I should know this by now. How many times, Fonto? How many times have you said you were going to do something, you know, days in advance, repeatedly reminding people, just to have people show up the day of going, what are you streaming? How many times has this happened? Way too fucking many.
Trust me, I have the same thing. I will tell people, you know, they'll ask me, okay, are you working
That's a
today or
grenade.
stream? It's like, my schedule hasn't changed. If there's a
hello,
change in the schedule, I'd say so.
Yeah, the mystifying, I thought you stopped streaming. You're still streaming? What? I had people do that when we had orders of magnitude more people on the stream. It's kind of strange, really.
You're still streaming as in you're going for longer than they thought, or you're still streaming as in you haven't quit streaming yet?
No, as in I still exist.
Oh.
Really quite amazing.
What?
What?
Don't worry about it. Nothing happened.
Oh,
But
that one.
But I suppose, you know, it's somewhat, you know, people are easily distracted today, and they're, you know, they're busy, too busy watching rat VTubers.
I can't carry anymore.
The funny French rat. Well, wait, which rat here, Goon? Because there's a few. There's the Australian one, there's the French one, there's the Japanese one. Which rat VTuber are we talking here?
Well, the French one, to be recent, I suppose, be hip and, you know, up to date on the current VTuber roster. Moves very rapidly.
Here today, gone tomorrow.
Here tomorrow, gone today. Get yours now.
You get yours now, but, you know, whatchamacallit, you can't actually have them, but you can commission Deku to draw them as, you know, a pregnant housewife. That is actually a possibility. He does take requests and is very easy to work with.
As I understand it, Deku is currently at 8 out of 10 commissions
Found
on
one
that
bloom.
specific one alone, and they're selling like hotcakes.
Yeah, no, he's probably raking in the bank. He hasn't told me how much he's made, though. But, it seems incredibly fucking popular, and those posts are circulating extraordinarily well. To the point where I think even the VTubers themselves are entertained by this.
Shocking. People want comfort. More at 11.
Yes, people want comfort.
What?
But what do you mean the VTubers being drawn as pregnant housewives want comfort? You could make this happen tomorrow. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's a sand.
Women are funny.
think I found.
Where's the pearl? There's the pearl. Give me the pearl. I'm being pursued by a sand shark. Help.
Working on it. Yeah, that one's dead.
The sand shark.
Poke it on the nose.
There's more bugs falling from the sky.
I didn't realize we were playing Starship Troopers. Or would it be Starship Troopers or 40K at that point?
Well, you know, this is kind of a combination of both, honestly, but if you added, like, mining
Found an
mechanics...
egg.
If you added mining mechanics to either one, you would just wind up with something that plays like Deep Rock Galactic.
So what I'm hearing is 40K needs to get to work on a was the Votrum League 40K game?
No, we're just...
Whatever the funny space dwarves are.
The squats.
No,
which we
I don't
which
know
we
they're
could which we could use that fucking term, and no, it's
Oh, I did not mean
squats.
to do that.
They
They're just-
beyond all sensible wisdom, they did bring the squats back. We can say squats again.
Yay.
Yeah, I thought those were separate from the whatever the Dwarven League is.
Loot bug eliminated.
No, clearly what we need is a game about Kriegers, and we just dig holes. We start digging
That would
trenches, and then we just keep digging downwards.
Look, if they were to make a Siege of Vrax game, I imagine that would also sell like hotcakes.
Well, it wouldn't even have to be 40K if you've been watching Twitter. Yeah, so people have just randomly, like, memed the Forever War on Europa into existence.
Okay, I need an explanation on that because I'm a little out of the loop. What's going on there?
Have you ever heard of the Finno-Korean Hyper War?
Feel much better now.
You know, I feel like someone's probably told me about it in the FLBBQ, but I've not heard of it consistently.
Okay, well, the
No.
Finno-Korean Hyper War is a 4chan shitpost that people just made up. They just started talking about some pretend war throughout history and time between Korea and Finland. And they just kept going with the joke. They just kept making shit up about it and totally pretended
That's why
that it was.
people were talking about the 4chan destruction alongside the Europa War. Okay.
Yeah, they just kept making
understand
shit
a
up
little
and
bit.
adding to this thing that's totally real, guys. Trust me, bro. The Europa thing is the same thing. People just started talking about a trench war on Europa, and they keep going with it.
Okay, I have a problem.
Yeah, I can see the problem. Carrying an egg. I'll be there soon.
Have you tried shooting it?
The problem is growing in magnitude.
The casualties are
What the
mounting.
hell? Oh shit.
It's fine. I got
Responding.
Iron Will if I need it.
Who moved Molly? Who do I need to execute?
That would explain. Hang on.
They are.
Ow.
Watch for radiation.
Yeah, we're working on it.
Okay. Where is the mule? Okay, so there's a hyper war on Europa, and that's progressing on Twitter now.
Well, no, those are two different things.
Wave team. Go, go.
This is just the same caliber of meme as, the Finno-Korean Hyper War.
What the heck just happened?
That's a...
Ah.
Why is there a sandstorm under... Ow. Why is there a sandstorm underground, and why am I slowly dying? I solved that second question.
Better question, Ewan. Why is there occasionally rain underground? Hint, it's not actually rain.
Oh no. Oh
there a sweat?
no.
Hold on. So, as someone who has done such before, the European Trench War is a grade A weaponized schizophrenia. Yeah, people are just up there making shit up, and it's funny. But the, the Hyper War is, again, a term people just made the fuck up, and it's the way people eventually settled on the description by just kind of memeing back and forth. It's more or less just two sides that are attempting to basically undo each other out of existence by time fuckery. So I kill you, but you can't kill me. Well, I went back in time and made sure you didn't exist. Well, I went back in time and made sure you didn't exist, and that never happened. Well, I went back even further.
Isn't this just the plot of a whole arc in Doctor Who or some shit?
Something like that, probably. It's not. It's funny the way at the scale that they've done it, but it's probably not necessarily an interesting idea. It's not an original idea, I should say. It's original.
What's that, Terminator? Is that you?
It's original due to the scale that they took it to.
Actually, speaking of Terminator, Goon, did you ever watch the new like anime Terminator that came out? Because that was rather interesting. I like that one.
I did not.
It did something new with the Terminator concept, which is shocking.
What they
Well,
appropriate?
You know, in a fucked up way, sometimes, as kind of, you know, as kind of in a poor state as the Terminator franchise is, some of the offshoots in video games sometimes are actually good out of nowhere.
From what I understand, the Terminator 3 video game is better than the movie.
Yes, there is. Yes.
By sole facts that you play as the T-9000, just controlling vehicles and beating the stuffing out of things.
There was a Terminator movie called the Terminator game called Redemption.
Which one?
You are talking about a time war. Something like, yeah, it is something like that, but you can't really be sure of the explanation because there is no official explanation. It's just a bunch of people going back and forth, you know, keeping a running joke going. So the Europa thing is kind of the same thing. But also, guys, I know you want to bring the whole, you know, whatchamacallit, the whole barotrauma thing into this because it's easy, but that's too easy, man. Branch the fuck out.
Wait, isn't Barotrauma getting a sequel or something?
I haven't heard, so I wouldn't know.
Or, no, wait, no, it's a new game, which I remember distinctly because I showed Martin, and apparently the way that the whole plot of the game is, you ever see Snowpiercer?
I want to no. I've heard, but no.
Similar premise in that frozen apocalypse, you have a train. Don't let the train stop.
Ah, yes.
However, the train in the trailer activated Martin because it does not function how a steam train is supposed to function.
Many such cases, but yes, another appearance by Captain Machinist. Wherein
Captain Machinist, huh?
An idea we wrote down while playing, whatchamacallit, Trans-Siberian Railway Simulator. Wherein I have a train, and I keep it running like a ship. And I have a crew who gets out of the ship and then goes killing things for money.
So that one game about the fucking what was it? I don't remember the name of the country, but like the Foreign Legion trying to get the fuck out of a collapsing Russia.
Oh, Last Train Home.
Last Train Home, yeah, thank you.
Well, something like that, but, you know, as a fictional apocalypse scenario and not literally shit that happened. Thanks!
So last train home.
Yeah, right. Thanks, Nikki. Thanks for totally abandoning us there. That was things got really fucking sketchy out there. We made it though. No thanks to you.
Where are more eggs?
Over here.
There's one over this way.
All right.
There's one over there.
Like, I'll
One
follow
over
you
here.
up here.
Doctor Who, what were you talking about was
Oh,
basically the time war between Daleks and the Time Lords.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
of.
no, yeah, what that became. And yeah, basically, as I understood
okay.
it, a lot of the Finno-Korean hyperwar is basically just like, yeah, that's
Did you unearth the radioactive crystal?
Yeah, you sir, you're that's a tough spot you got there. We
You literally went into the radiation.
Hold on.
how are we gonna?
I didn't realize it was radiation.
Wait. I forgot, I've got an ability. It's called a grappling hook. I have things other than gun!
Yes, Goon, you do indeed have a traversal tool. How did you manage this?
Look,
Technically, it's still a gun. It just shoots rope.
look, life is
I can
different.
think of many guns that a man has that shoots rope. What are you talking about?
That's a new one. Yes, but, you know, life is hard. Sorry, I can't pick up basic mechanics or remember them. But yeah, a lot of the posts for the hyper war are basically like people rambling about archaeological finds that, you know, depict, you know, the hyper war happening in some like prehistoric age, like caveman drawings depicting, you know, the Finns and Koreans fighting each other, which is just a ridiculous concept.
It's just evolved.
Again, it's just all made up, bit by bit.
A new war for a new age.
It's evolving just backwards.
Damn it, there's my bug racism coming out again. I'm shooting the allied bugs on sight, god damn it. When will I ever learn?
Don't shoot Steve. Steve
Don't
is
worry,
spread.
Goon. They only have 2 legs. Wait, no, 4. We have 2. Don't shoot the ones with 2. Always remember.
I mean, technically we can have 4 legs if we get going up.
Yeah, but the thing going on in Europa is a lot more focused, and it's basically just about, hey, let's sit in a trench and be cold. It's cold.
That just sounds like the Finnish-Korean hyper war in, like, Siberia.
Well, no, it sounds more like the fucking Italian front in World War I, where people are digging up and down mountains to try and flank each other. And going insane. It probably won't take them very long to get to that, because, man, the Alps in World War I are a fucking time.
The only bit of the Italian war I know is, the, Sabaton song, and, that one level in Battlefield 1.
Well, to summarize the entire situation in the Alps, it was stupid. Accomplished absolutely nothing. Took a tremendous amount of effort, though, and made hundreds of men
cut you
go
right there,
slowly
Goon.
insane.
I'm just gonna say, World War 1. Because that's basically what you just described.
No, that entirely true, and, you know, on the ball there, but the Alps front especially. Yes, but here's the thing: the Alps, you know, aside from the regular memes about World War I, the Alps has its own unique identifying, you know, thing.
This sucks factor.
No, well, yes, but also no. It has its own unique identifying mechanics. Vertical trenches. Men
How does that
literally
even
digging up and down inside mountains, trying to flank each other while bringing up artillery cannons by crane.
Huh.
Happy Easter, I bring you disease.
Watch this shit.
Thanks, Martin.
Martin, did you get sick?
Apparently so, yes.
My sympathies.
Alright, are we done?
I believe so, unless somebody has another pearl or something.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Well, get a resupply and then call the extraction.
Right.
Between Egypt and
Go
Finland.
away.
At the conclusion of the Hyperwar, Finland lost about 83% of their male population. Supposedly, Egypt sent many of their men to Finland to help repopulate, but in reality, it was a ploy by Yakub, who sent his genetically engineered white people to the
What?
This is a 4chan green text post? Yep, I can say. Yep,
okay, right.
I've seen this many times before.
Drop pod en route. Hang in
Yes, we're talking about the Finno-Korean Hyperwar because
we're
we
going
have
that way.
because while the European Forever War is cool, we've done this before. It's nice to see it though.
Respect your history, gentlemen.
Yes, and well, respect the history and then get ideas from it. Do the same shit again, but with new and interesting ideas.
retrieving the mule.
It really is
the
just
same
make up a sci-fi setting. Just start fucking talking. Just start talking, shut up, and let somebody else have the have the wheel there. You pass the mic.
Remember, kids, help.
Oh, that's a sand shark.
That
Mark?
oh.
Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, remember, kids, creativity is a human behavior, not a learned trait.
Yes, but so start talking about a sci-fi setting like it's totally a real thing. Then shut up and pass the mic to someone else. See what they say. Then have them shut up and pass the mic to someone else. Keep going until you feel like you've got something.
The whole game of telephone sci-fi.
Yeah, basically. It's fun like that. You can imply a lot and just having people just try to. Well, you can imply a lot by implying, just kind of giving someone a random idea and then seeing where they go they go from there, and then kind of, picking and choosing elements to, keep and capture. Like I even threw my hat in. I started.
What, 4chan or the Europa?
No, the Europa thing. I even threw my hat in. I made a post that was talking about men hearing the dreams of psychic whales and the fountain of youth being under Europa. Something.
Oh.
Yeah, we were dying there. Good that we got out of there. I'm sure we'll be fine. But yes, something Sidonia complex, something stone tablets, something God's power tools.
Return the slab.
Return the
slab.
It's just the picture of the face on Mars. Return the slab or suffer my curse, King Ramsey.
Ah, yes, I see it all. It all loops back around to Barotrauma because I'm pretty sure that's the plot of that game.
Return the slab?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah, I assume you don't care for spoilers of Barotrauma.
It would take a while to get to the spoilers, but go ahead.
At the core of Europa is an alien space colony that has been producing the signal. And the last guardian of that signal, once you defeat it, frees itself and starts to hatch Europa.
Oh,
Now
so
that his people are truly dead, is my understanding.
So Europa is a brethren moon?
You kill alien god and the planet starts to wake up.
What do you mean by wake up?
Intense gravimetric disturbances all across the planet.
It is alive.
Hurry up, we're leaving.
Cheers, Mike.
Europa
That
isn't
is my understanding of the ending.
Europa is in fact an egg. Interesting. But you see, in my stupid headcanon I literally made up, Europa is literally God's waters of life.
Behold, 19 inches of venom according to Marvel Rivals. God, that was a stupid addition. The fucking twerking venom emote.
Oh my god.
Although, apparently Marvel Rivals is the reason we now have the Marvel Bikini issue come back. Or the swimsuit special.
Yes, because they realized that hot women sell! Whoa!
Oh, to be fair, it's also
What a novel
men in
concept.
swimsuits as well. But yes, people in swimsuits sell. Shocker.
Well, we'll back that up to attractive people in revealing clothing sell, which, holy shit!
Yeah.
Whoa! That's so crazy, though! Holy shit.
I think.
What do you mean,
I
basic
mean-
fucking facts that everyone knows are still fucking viable?
I know I.
You having a problem there, Kix? Did you
I
fall in a
got
hole?
yeeted by a carrot, so I got chucked into high atmosphere by a carrot. I think I have a picture which shows some of the cover for the new special. Fuck, who did I send that to? That artist, okay. Yeah, I'll put this in voice text dump.
Naked drop.
There you go, Goon.
I'll look at that later.
Alright.
Zombie Jesus Day, everyone. Yes, happy Zombie Jesus Day. Dancing Fool, welcome to the show.
Remember, feed your
Whoa!
brains.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Feed the brains to
You
the
never seen
Overlord.
Let's get this mission rolling.
What did you do?
Just did the B-hop.
Come on, guys.
Oh, I thought you teleported yourself out into space, which you can do.
How about my comfort carrot?
Oh, that's boring.
Your comfort carrot.
Your comfort carrot, huh?
Comfort carrot, yes. The Peckara
Look,
brand
buddy,
comfort
whatever
carrot.
you, whatever
does
you
not
do
obey
in the,
gravity.
whatever you do in the space rig is on your own time. I don't need to know about it.
You know,
Please
this person
clean up
does-
after yourself.
That's a blow up carrot too, so.
Look, I get it's cheap, but come on, man, you could do better than that.
Anyway, making up shit and trying to pretend a sci-fi setting into existence is funny. I'm glad people are doing this. I feel like this might be one of the first visible results of 4chan imploding, and everyone going to Twitter because that's the only fucking website left.
I mean, my own project, the sign of the old gods returning is that a new inhabited moon appears in the sky.
Well, that's...
It is filled with owlmen, mermaids, and bat creatures of the depths.
That would be rather alarming.
Yes, I mean, you know, this is also coinciding with the return of, like, vampires, zombies, dwarves, elves, nature spirits,
Who the best
etc.
something.
So, on top of, you know, a bunch
Oh.
of sentient species returning, you have a new moon with new sentient species appearing.
This sounds like the plot of an obscure JRPG from like 2002.
Kinda does.
I feel like this is, yeah, you could just kind of make this up and then put it in a PS2 and it would sell mediocrely. Not because, you know, not because it's bad or anything, it's just because it has no advertising bullshit.
The
Well, the
first thing that
reason
my
it-
mind went to was Flash animation.
Yeah, I mean, the reason it happens is that the primary coalition of my faction at the end of one of the final arcs kills that planet's god because he's a dick.
Understandable.
And thus the old gods return, no longer bound by him, yeah, so on and so on. Elven women return to the lands, dwarves start making architecture. Humanity realizes, oh shit, we're no longer the only sentients, and our population has dwindled by like 40%. Uh-oh.
Let's do what humans always good at doing.
No, no
Yeah,
swarm
that's what
yet.
got them into this situation in the
Nobody
first
knows.
place, though, Eggroll.
I propose we enslave the dwarves and use them for slave labor on far-flung colonies and impregnate all the elf women. All in favor?
Why not both?
Sir, it takes a long time for Elvis being impregnated.
We got a hell of a blimp heading your way, Steve. Get ready.
Science
whatever-
will find a way.
Look, whatever fanfic people want to write about my world after I'm done setting all the pieces in motion, go off. But for my own purposes,
Choose your
my
words
faction,
carefully.
my faction's basically fuck this planet up and dip.
Choose your words carefully.
Hmm? Which words?
Ace pullout game.
Fuck this planet. Dip.
Pull it out like Saigon,
There's the
motherfucker.
next one.
Just run into the roof onto a fucking sea knight.
What the heck is this yo-yo ass scorpion thing?
Anyway. That's where my project's going, so if you would like to see the hot elven women return to this project, you can find me at patreon.com/kickstarter.
You're lucky I'm in no position to charge people for that one, but go ahead. Go off. It is entirely possible for other people to ramble endlessly about their creative pursuits on this stream, not just me. You know what I ramble about.
Come on. I should
Oh, God.
apologize. I should
Shut
have
up.
done that.
The stream of
No, it's fine.
eradicated, and your
But I'm glad somebody's getting, like, someone potentially will make money on my stream. I mean, shit, I need it, but still.
It has been a very productive month for me, so who knows?
It's not exactly, you know, a shocking thing
we
to
already got
comprehend.
all.
You know, it's not exactly a shocking thing to comprehend to me, at least. But you know, with the fame and notoriety I was trying and seeking to gain for myself, I was gonna help people I like with it.
A
Okay,
fair
we're
and
done.
noble goal, indeed.
It was rather very simple.
You remember the
Speak-
small people who helped you along the way.
Speak of the devil, stranger. Thank you for gifting the gift subs, or these gift subs. Everyone else, enjoy your subs. But yes.
Donate your local streamer today. It helps me fund.
For more subversive, for more
It trickles
submissive elf
down.
content, for more submissive elf content, support Fontoman at patreon.com.
Disclaimer: there isn't any yet. Yet.
Yet.
Fear.
What the heck does the mule keep going?
There it is.
It
Come
just
here,
occurred to
Molly.
me that my project will have like 3 different types of elves by the time it's done. I'm not sure how to feel about this.
To ramble about my own pursuits, in my time,
Oh, that's friendly.
alone attempting to forcibly, put myself into a relaxed state. I dug through some of the ROMs that I have, and I played a game called
Hey,
Nano.
Sagus is waiting to be brought up.
Oh, well, we'll get him in a sec. Hang on. But so I dug through my my big old file of ROMs, and I played a game called Nano Breaker, which I'm pretty sure Dibedo gave me at some point some years ago. It's a very interesting game. It's one of those...
Where do you
year
call
was
it?
from?
I want to say like 2003. It's
It
a...
was Nano Breaker?
Yeah, it's a PS2 game, and it's a Devil May Cry-ish sort of game.
Yeah, no, the cover art alone tells me this is a DMC game. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's that caliber of hack and slash, and it's got some interesting ideas. I played it for a little bit, and it's kind of a slog, honestly. But it's one of those games where like I look at it immediately and go, this is definitely an Chronica campaign in 5 seconds.
Hey,
We're
Goon.
done here.
Yes.
Nano Breaker is on the Contra wiki.
You fucking what?
Hit the button.
What?
What?
Contra.
The ride home is on the way. Drop pod
Huh.
inbound.
Oh, Swarm.
The main character.
Interesting.
Main character's title goes hard as fuck. What was the official title again? It was one of those things where they just had an emergency and they just pulled a general just pulled his #1 guy out and said, "Go fix this."
Fuck, what was that?
The
What's that other
genocide
game
hero. I
made
didn't
by-
hear that one yet. I must not have played long enough.
5 minutes.
What was the name of that other game that Platinum made with the sliding mechanics and the space colony and Russia executing the US president?
Vanquished, I think, right? Might not
No,
have been.
I don't think it was that.
No.
Is it? It's not Sanctum. That's Dark. What was it called?
But I was actually looking for another game, and I actually started up. Like I was thinking of another game. I have to actually go dig and find that game that I was intending to find. But I settled on that one. I settled on that one while drinking and sat down and actually examined it and went, this is lining up with a bunch of other ideas.
Launch sequence. Good job, Miners. Spring Bunny secure.
I'll look up the name of the game I'm thinking of after we get to the hub. Maskaz!
Everyone died.
What the hell happened?
We had a Maskaz.
Yep, get in the thing.
Oh
Sea
no!
Dog. Yeah, everyone get in.
Iron Will didn't last long enough.
Where the fuck is T-Dog?
Right here.
Everyone's on board, I think.
Oh,
Oh no, stage.
Sagas just fell
Oh, for the love. Where did he go?
Got it.
behind you.
Oh no.
I think that's it. Get in your kicks. There you go.
Alright, I'm gonna go look this up real quick.
Right.
Let's see, Platinum.
All right, but
It's like something space ed. Russia takes over a space colony. The U.S. president idolized themselves.
he's thinking of Vanquish. That's what I suspected.
Vanquish. Thank you.
I said that. That's what I said.
What? They said something else.
No, I said Vanquished
Oh.
He did.
Or va-
I heard it.
or Vanquish.
I'm a. I know where I fucked up. I heard you say something like Banquick or something like that.
Yes, banquet.
Close enough,
Yes,
right?
banquet meals. Yes, that's what Platinum's known for, really. That game about banquet meals. Vanquish, but it's about warming up food in a microwave. It's like Cooking Mama with slide mechanics. And combos. And bullet
Alt
time.
Universe Bayonetta. All I'm hearing is just Alt Universe Bayonetta.
Bayonetta, but wholesome.
Bayonetta, but instead of killing things, you turn them into food.
Yes. Which I'm pretty sure someone's probably done.
Yes.
What?
Angels are avian, so theoretically
We
you could
just did
turn them
that.
into chicken legs.
Right, but in my, as I was gonna say, in the back corner, in the tackle box of ideas, I just kind of have parts of stories. Just, they occasionally assemble and coalesce into a semi-coherent sort of basic structure for a story or campaign. And the Nano Breaker thing kind of lined up with something I was doing with like some of the elements that I borrowed from Metal Gear Solid 1, because The thing about Metal Gear Solid 1 is they talk up a storm about the genome soldiers and their plot, but it really doesn't actually matter much in the plot itself. It's just kind of forgotten.
Let's roll.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Speaking of things that were inspired by other things, one of the final sequences before, you know, God is killed, is a lot of references to other things.
Is he directed
but
between the games?
The primary reference or inspiration that came to me for it is the last scene from Demon Slayer that they just did, where everyone's falling into the Infinity Castle or whatever. And I took that idea and I listened to that music. I'm like, this would be really cool if we had paratroopers with jetpacks. Hey, wait a minute. And then that spiraled into a kind of mix of the Battle of Coruscant, that one scene from the Gendy cartoon, and the invasion of the Infinity Castle. So you just have a bunch of fully armed warships parking themselves above this, you know, location, and soldiers dogpiling out in jetpacks and like
Yes.
aircraft and such.
TF2 teleporter logistics, literally just place the teleporter onto the enemy spawn.
Yeah. I'm hoping to get that written properly someday, but it's one I like to think about a lot.
Wouldn't we all hope that we would be able to do that? Boy, do I know this feeling. Also, I threw a grenade rather than actually using the pickaxe. I don't know why my brain says middle mouse.
Hey, I got my first vehicle action piece drawn recently, so if I can get that drawn, I'm already one step closer to getting that depicted.
One step closer to having pretty pictures that sell the words.
Yes.
It's always helpful with pretty pictures.
Yes, my beloved Mekon not a lat gunship.
Want to destroy.
Original idea, trust.
Well, fuck, if Disney's not gonna do anything valuable, why not steal the whole fucking thing?
My Renegade and I were looking over this. We found 3 different fan-made vehicles, including my own, all of which looked a lot like the Lat, but legally distinct, and had convergent evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to the point that I was a little concerned that someone was gonna accuse me of copying someone else.
I like the sound of that.
It was like...
Just goes to show you that when, you know, George wasn't perfect, but when he had a good idea, he had a fucking good idea.
The convergent evolution points I remember we talked about was 4 chin-mounted turrets, a general bend in the wings that are connected under the engines, and
Hang on, we're
some
rich.
type of... We're rich? Rich. There we go.
One of us! One of us!
When someone posts the tank girl with the floofy hair and the autistic obsession.
Thank you for the dollar, stranger. We're rich.
Yes, yes, you're rich.
That took a lot longer than I
The
thought.
game noticed.
Oh, Goon, did you not know about that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, yeah, no, you can, that's been a thing for a while.
The game noticed.
If you ping at it for long enough, Control will tell you to shut the fuck up and get moving.
It's always fun when the game ascends the meme.
Yes. Anyway,
Except when the game is
inspiration.
Except when the game is supposed to be fucking serious, then it gets kind of cringe.
What was the inspiration you were gonna talk about? Because I know you mentioned having one.
Right, no, so... I had actually, you know, I had set aside a bunch of ideas, that were based on, you know, they were based on things in Metal Gear Solid 1 that didn't actually really survive Metal Gear Solid 1, because they talked a lot about the Genome Soldier project, but a lot of that doesn't really get expressed, and it's also immediately forgotten after the game ends, and it doesn't come back in Metal Gear Solid 2 or really any of the other games. Like the U.S. military made quite literally the smartest men on Earth, who are dumb as bricks, thanks to Metal Gear Solid 1 AI. But they genetically modified a bunch of soldiers to be the smartest, most dangerous men that ever fucking existed. And these men rebelled, unbeknownst to the US government, and started to do experiments on themselves to further improve and become even more powerful. This gets kind of lost with the whole Liquid plot, which is a facet of it, but it's also not the whole thing. So then I thought, what if I just kind of get rid of Liquid here and just kind of have the Genome Soldiers, like, as a thing, as, like, the villains of a game. Oh, no. Ow.
My headphones decided that they no longer want to work, so I missed a good 10 seconds of that.
Right, imagine the Genome Soldier plot from Metal Gear Solid 1, but remove Liquid from it. But the thing is, a lot of that is, because the Genome Soldiers aren't really characters, a lot of that isn't expressed, even though the Colonel talks up a fucking giant storm about it. But a lot of that shit is never really expressed in the gameplay, or the plot, and on top of that, it's forgotten about, and is never brought back ever again in any of the other games. Like, you can infer that Raiden is like an offshoot of the Genome Soldier project, but not necessarily. But so...
Yes, them two are also utility systems.
But so they had a you know, a project of of soldiers that were genetically modified, you know, with the DNA of the number one guy that ever was. And these soldiers suddenly decided that they were, they were smarter than their masters, and they rebelled. But this gets lost with the whole Liquid. The Liquid Snake plot and the whole main plot of Metal Gear in general, or what it attempts to have as the main plot of Metal Gear. So I thought to myself, what if I just take that out and then work that into something? And then I started to come up with some really weird idea that was, it's got like 3 offshoots that I just kind of put aside. One of them is effectively just, I drop you onto a planet, or rather I tell you that you're, you were like the coolest guys that ever were, Source, trust me. And it is effectively like playing Metal Gear Solid 1, but you're playing Gray Fox instead of Solid Snake.
Another one?
I don't know why that made me think of attempted Halo killer Haze.
Ah, yes. Oh no. Damn it, I did it again. Attempted Halo.
Guys, this will kill Halo at last. Trust me, guys. It will kill Halo.
Plays nothing like
Halo. The best Halo killer was Halo itself.
Well, that's an idea, but that would be more for the Genome Soldiers themselves rather than the main characters. The main characters are effectively, instead of just being, Solid Snake, you're more Gray Fox than Solid Snake, but you're in the same position Snake is in. Except, you wake up as a cyborg with no memories, and I'm just sitting here telling you how things are, and you should totally trust me, I swear. You trust the US government, don't you?
You trusted the banana at one point, didn't you? The banana never lies.
So I had that sort of idea where I just assemble a party and then dump them somewhere, and then more or less build a campaign that is effectively, somewhat Peace Walker, where they make decisions, and over the course of the campaign, they build themselves an army.
I don't think I've seen Peace Walker yet. I've seen the other games, but not Peace Walker.
Well, if you played Metal Gear Solid 5, congratulations, you've played Peace Walker, because
no, I did that.
Since Peace Walker, every game has been every game has been Peace Walker. Every game has been under the table Peace Walker.
Does Metal Gear survive Peace Walker?
In a sense, yes. It's more on the nose with like the building mechanics, because it's a survival game, but it's still you build a force and then you go do things with said force. And also, yes, Metal Gear Survive also came into this as I thought about how do I make this an Chronica campaign.
No,
that's also
Chad, he said the word.
It's the train of thought.
Yes, I said. Well, these are all related to the N-word, don't you know? I don't say anything but the N-word.
What, Newgrounds?
Ninja?
Glad I ain't the one to sort this.
I love Ninjago.
Right, trust the man from Raytheon. Yes, the man from Raytheon that has just assembled you out of spare parts where you were dead before, but you don't remember any of that. But totally trust him. Just he's jammed you full of cool cyborg parts, and he's telling you that you were like the raddest dude ever before you upped and died. And
this is just Signalis without the lesbians now.
Well, no, not necessarily, because nobody tells Elster anything. She just kind of mixed it up in her schizophrenia.
Close enough.
Hey, it could be worse. You could be Boeing.
I mean, but then we just have poor maintenance, and you're just falling apart.
All right, mission complete, guys. Should we call it?
I'm still waiting for the assassination mission where you have to play as Agent 47 and you're going after whistleblowers.
Well, you see, this
For
leads
an unrelated company.
This leads into the second idea, because this idea is a fair bit old, old for by a couple of years that I've had this stuffed in. The next offshoot idea was effectively the same things, but I blew it out into the scale of Armored Core 6. To whereas I dump the party on a planet that has a bunch of warring factions and corporations over it, and the party decides, who the fuck do we support while we're trying to find the Genome Soldiers? They have their own objectives, but there's, something going on here, and then they can benefit from it, or be horribly inconvenienced by it, depending on their decision-making skills. And I took this idea to a kind of an extreme, and I put down the basis for what I termed a really convoluted, fucked up game of Monopoly. Where
Also, because I've just read through chat. Congratulations, to Dancing Fool. I hope your book deal goes well.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
I missed that, but
Congrats.
Scroll up a little bit. He said that he's working on a book deal, and if it goes well, then there might be a lot of money in Goon's future.
Well, good.
Or some money in Goon's future. Something along those lines.
Money, good. Lots of money for you first, then think about me. It'd be nice, though. I won't be disappointed, and it won't be unnecessary. Yeah, but I actually blew it out to the point where I could have, like, double-digit amounts of players depending on how I played it. And that idea was insane, but I put it in a corner.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Cutting time.
Right. So these have been sitting in the files for a bit, and so I seem to have walked the wrong way trying to follow Molly. Where go, what do? Ah, okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna start drilling.
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow you, and we're just gonna alternate here, take turns here.
Yep.
Oh, I found a random goal.
But yeah, the Nano Breaker stuff came into this because the situation in Nano Breaker is that a bunch of terrorists release a killer nanite swarm that turns people into, what did they fucking call it again? Orgamechs, which is a really weird fucking term.
I assume that's like biomech shit.
Yeah, it is
Sounds like it.
Effectively, I didn't let the game quantify it. I just sat there and looked at what was going on and just kind of made up my own context. But basically, the nanomachines, nanomachines injected into your bloodstream just kind of do the gray goo thing where they just start replicating, but instead of becoming a giant mass, they kind of just turn you into a killing machine and just slowly, like, they compress you as a person into a ball, and we'll call that ball the fuel mass.
I feel like I've seen something like that in what was it? Forever War? Whatever the one with the water mechanics.
The water mechanics?
I want to say it was called the Forever War. Like you had a water supply and it would drain for a while, and everyone hated that.
Oh, Forever Winter.
It was called Forever Winter. That's what it was. I had a double that.
Right. To some extent, yes, but the idea is that the nanomachines will turn you into this killing, more or less an animal, but made of metal. This, humanoid sometimes, but then also turns into, like, whatever the fuck it really wants at the end of the day. Whatever creative enemy design you can think out of a game of that era. And
Yeah, Forever Winter. Okay.
so the organic parts of you as a person before the nanomachines just kind of went, we're just gonna do whatever now. Those just get compressed slowly into a ball of meat, and it uses that as fuel to continue replicating the nanomachines until there is no more meat to replicate from. Then it dies.
Okay, I found the message. 322, hey, if the book deal I'm working on actually goes through and does well, there may be more money in your future, Goon.
Well, I saw
although
that.
that's 324 for me, so...
I saw that, but... Right, Dancing Fool, good luck, sir. And yes, we can always use some good news around here. Thank you in advance for your generosity if good things come to pass, because God knows things could start going well here.
Currently stuck in editing. Some of the things they want to make changes makes me question some of the editors. Oh, you're dealing with that shit, Dancing Fool. My sympathies. Listen, son, we need to make this more marketable to people, so how about we put some kissing in that military action story of yours?
Oh, that show, right. No, you mentioned that. Oh, no, right,
Would you happen to know anything about it?
I'm also reminded, because you mentioned a major battle, what are the possible, like, war game simulations that faction does when everything is all said and done? Is effectively a super battle of Coruscant situation where it's like, hey, this faction comes back from the dead, the humans come back with a bunch of extra tech, and maybe our leader has been kidnapped, and we're all taking place over the capital city. Good luck, fuckos. Try and survive.
I'm remaining firm in my beliefs. No romance until book 3. Well, you can contain yourself a bit.
I think personal belief is build up the relationship, then go to the romance.
Wait.
Book 1, contact. Book 2, argument. Book 3, sex.
Yes.
I have expected you to say build up the relationship, then go to Europa.
Wait, why can I open Mod Hub, huh?
This is not the mission I selected. That's concerning.
Hey Goon, can you open Mod Hub?
Can I open the Mod Hub?
Because I have it open right now.
I still cannot open the mod. I keep throwing fucking grenades.
Why am I able to open the Mod Hub?
I don't know. Maybe you're just blessed.
I guess.
Yeah, that's the most recent idea that I came up with, but I've got a bunch of these stuff. They just got, like, I just view something, I see something interesting, or see an interesting facet of it, or get an idea based on something in it, and I just kind of write it down and go, maybe this can be used for something someday.
I mean, by book 3, the main character will actually be looking to settle down since they'll be a proper flag officer in the Navy. That's a good reason to, like, look into romance.
It's a red flag, sir.
Which? Being a war flag officer in the Navy, or wanting to look into romance?
Could really go for a cold brew right now.
Just be like
one of those things is
just be like Madame Butterfly and just just decide one day I want a wife, so I'm gonna go to Japan and marry this random woman.
Ooh. Am I missing something when you say Madame Butterfly? Because I can think of a few different people that would qualify. Chad, I need context.
No, don't give him context. Let him think.
Context is for the weak.
Alright, halfway done.
Yeah, they keep asking if cross-species romances are a thing, which makes no sense to talk shit and water are both highly poisonous to species. Oh, okay, I know that sounds like an editor thing to say.
What the heck is this?
Yes, I remember you saying something like this, a couple of streams ago, Dancing Fool. Yes, and your editor is basically, the vibe I got before, and it seems to be remaining the same, is your editor just kind of looks at you after you say a very long-winded, interesting, detailed idea, and, he just kind of looks at you, folds his hands, and go, so can they fuck? Out of nowhere. It seems that we're still at that.
Oh, okay, so it's drilling goes up. Seems for this.
Always believe in your soul.
I'm very nervous about approaching an editor with my project because I know they'll probably go, okay, but how do we market this to children?
Oh god.
Well, first we remove literally everything good about it.
I'm honestly probably gonna try and self-publish, but we'll see how that goes.
Well, God bless, because I don't think I'm gonna find a publisher for anything I do, you know, when I actually finally get something done.
Pop the big one.
I know at the very least, if my books don't do well, the world I have is good enough that someone else will probably be willing to take it up as a project. So that leads to a whole bunch of other issues, but I'm not going to worry about those right now.
That's a future you problem.
That's a I don't want to make myself anxious by thinking about what someone else is going to do with my baby kind of problem.
Oh,
Meet your maker, Craig.
HE. Oh.
It somewhat helps that, aside from books, half of the ideas, or rather, I honestly say like a good 90% of the ideas, if I'm going to be realistic about it, those ideas could be easily made into an RPG Maker horror game, and I know that would be instantly more marketable than having someone read a book.
I mean, could go with that first, get some cash, and then develop the book.
Who reads books these days?
I try to.
Nerds.
Excuse me.
We do have a core stone here.
And we also have like a whatchamacallit.
Mine is very much not intended for kids. The main character literally gets her arm torn off by a boarding drill on a boarding pipe. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, nonsense. The kids will be into that.
Mine is not for kids for other reasons.
Oh no. You already started it.
Meanwhile, all of my ideas are filled with kids and fun.
I don't think you'll be able to market those ones, Goon.
Well, nonsense. You can market. you marketed Higurashi. Everyone loves kids and fun. What kind of kids and fun, Fonto? Kids and fun. Don't ask fucking questions.
The nuances of inter-child relationships between their peers and how god-awful children are to each other.
Yes, in a horrible, stressful situation. Kids and fun.
Children are simultaneously capable of being, like, super simple in their comebacks and absolutely terrifying.
Well, it's because that, you know, they don't really know very much, but they also don't know when to fucking stop, too.
Knight has been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Human guns are too dangerous to fire on ships. What does that mean, dancing fool?
What do you mean? What do you mean I can't fire a gun in a pure oxygen environment? What do you mean that's
Oh, pure
dangerous?
oxygen, okay. I missed the pure oxygen part. That's understandable. Pistol qualifies as an anti-tank weapon. Okay, mister, I'm going to use a plasma gun.
So what, the noisy cricket?
Jesus. They use coil railguns.
Man,
And
it's
the rest of the... Oh, there's one.
man, it's a...
Oh, there's an Omen module.
Do you think we can do it or no?
What do you guys think? I think we got enough firepower to do it. It's gonna be a bitch and a
We
half,
can do
though.
it. We just have to focus it down. It's not too bad.
Kill it.
Let's set it up right here.
Why is there
There we
two?
go.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Where's the other one?
What do you do?
I've been encased in the foam!
Oh. Someone find Goon in all this? Does anyone
Oh,
have
wait,
a-
I didn't mean to... Shit! I didn't mean to do that!
There he is.
I was suddenly trapped in the center of a donut.
Guys, we gotta go. Let's go. Gotta leave this thing. Pod's been called.
Oh. Well, okay
Oh.
then.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Alrighty then.
oops.
No Omen pod for any of us.
No
just the
Omen,
Force
yeah.
Stone. Alright, try and, Does anyone have some Apoca blooms left in their inventory?
I do.
I have one. Someone else has one, I believe. So we need at least 3 more.
There's one right there.
That's 11.
Secured. Initiating launch sequence. Deep Galactic.
Apparently telling my friends to suck eggs responsibly on Easter is not the appropriate response that they are wanting. Who knew?
Suck eggs served.
Well, you see, it's a double entendre, because sometimes you have actual eggs, and eggs in Germany also means balls, so...
Ah.
There's a boom up here. I need a platform. Or maybe not.
I got 1 flower.
Need
I see
4.
a couple over here. I got 3.
I got
okay,
1.
So we just need... Okay, then we have enough.
So I got 4.
Yeah, I got the last one.
Good, good. Everyone pack it up. Let's go home. Let's see here. Remove the kick from firing the gun if the one of the soldiers complain.
Ow!
Two has the C4.
Up you go.
Somebody's losing their... Goon, it's a repeat of the Vietnam operation. Everyone's dying at the end of ops because someone threw a satchel charge.
Whoops.
Don't talk about it.
Ah. We're fine though. We're all radiated though, but it's fine.
I was trying to rocket jump. Didn't work.
What made you think that there was gonna be a fucking rocket? Ow, shit.
Live,
I
we
got
learn,
lemon.
be more fucking careful.
I got lemon smell in my nose. Pain. Okay, Dancing Fool, what is argon gas? That's a new one for me.
It's an inert gas, noble gas,
Oh, okay.
Whatchamacallit? They
basically used for chemical reactions.
and preservation too. The whatchamacallit? The what is it? Not the Constitution, but the the Declaration of Independence is kept in a sealed container filled with argon.
To a successful we are unbreakable. Never felt better. Yeah. Come on, you lazy bastard.
So I guess now Nicolas Cage has to drain the argon before stealing it.
I'm pretty sure that movie probably made note of it.
I needed that.
I ain't got all day. Let's leave.
Sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
New pair of steel-toed boots.
But yes, if things suddenly immediately go well, I have a couple of ideas that will actually make a game, and fairly simple games that I could potentially one-man band actually out the door.
I mean, we're talking about RPG Maker?
Well, there's a couple of games that will just immediately make RPG Maker games. In fact, most of the ideas will make RPG Maker games out of a hat, but then there's one where... There's one marathon-like shooter, which is basically, like, Doom with stats.
I know Goon's gonna make an extraction shooter.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna make the Citadel, but it's gonna be a Necrotica campaign, but you're gonna have Fallout perks.
That's exactly what I thought, yeah.
Yes, you're gonna have Fallout perks, so, you know, if you raise your luck stat through the ceiling, the bullets will ricochet off walls and target enemies.
Head into the mule. We will send a drop pod to get you out.
The Citadel, yes, the Citadel, but you could Lucky Ted it.
Mm-hmm.
Congratulations, Battleroid. You're an unstoppable killing machine. Mostly because I want to use that term, because Marathon brings up that term, Battleroid, and that's an absolutely fucking ancient term no one uses anymore, and I want it. It's a silly sounding
Put
term.
bats in it and it'll sell.
I don't think we need to go that far, but... You will have Bloody Mess as, like, one of the first perks you can get. Congratulations, you're level 2! Make the combat funny by selecting this.
Fuck.
So So,
Watch out for
so
the
a
ball.
roguelike where you just you get a build that just breaks the game and you have fun.
Well, not necessarily a roguelike, and more like just a traditional leveling experience where you just go through the campaign and you can gain levels by, you know, doing things and shooting people.
Ah, right.
So a very
how
traditional...
how we used to make games.
Yes, a very traditional sort of RPG FPS experience, and it's not terribly hard to do that these days with modern tech. I'd still have to do a lot of legwork to actually make the damn thing work, but the idea is fairly simple. It is literally just here. So you start game. Here is your like Deus Ex fucking character creator screen. You are nameless, faceless, male or female, you know, anime child. Hit start.
Don't you mean body type A or B?
No, I don't. Look, it's my made-up future, and I can decide what gets in and what doesn't.
Do you want to stare at abs or ass all the time? Your choice.
Well, actually, it's more like, which portrait do you want to stare at the bottom of the screen, like we're actually playing to?
Oh, fair enough.
I want the smaller hip hop.
I'm pretty sure I saw there was a new Doom-like coming out.
However, I'm gonna have to actually like
I don't remember the name of it, but I remember that the main gimmick is you play as a deranged girl whose eyes change color based on her power-ups.
Trying to remember what. I think I know what you're talking about.
Perpetia?
Like, no, it was a new one coming out. It was like Battle Lust or something like that.
Yeah.
But no.
Isn't it also being published by Apogee?
I don't know. I don't remember the publisher. I just remember the name. I just remember the gimmick of the trailer. I wasn't expecting. Wait, what risk are we on at the moment?
2.
2 when we have 2 side objectives. All right. Wasn't expecting that.
Yeah. Yep, hazmat 2.
Yeah, but while that while the idea may seem simple, like the entire idea behind it is Thonderman makes marathon down to the AIs, and I've come up with a fairly original idea of just getting Durandal by any other name into the picture.
Look, it's a funny AI who wants to ascend. You don't need to get more complicated than that, really.
Yes, really, but who doesn't want to play as who doesn't want to play as a voiceless child-shaped killing machine while a schizophrenic, condescending AI talks to you randomly and gives you missions?
Counterpoint, Goon. Throw in some Trays in the Infinite there, and he likes to just collect shit. It's not even like important, like, you know, battles or whatever. He just likes collecting things and making random. He likes collecting his toy soldiers and putting them into random shit.
Well, actually, honestly, there's room for multiple AIs because I came to an idea that I call the Circle, which is effectively a system for governing a colony by using, whatchamacallit, a system of AIs that form a circle of accountability for each other. Right? So you have.
This is already off to a great start.
So you have a bunch of AIs that are all responsible for a certain facet of a colony, and they all manage their specific sectors, and they all generally keep watch of each other to make sure no one goes rampant, right? But you know what happens? You know what's kind of a bitch with this sort of thing?
They all go rampant?
No, what happens when there's no money for the maintenance?
Oh.
Suddenly, well, this colony doesn't really make a whole lot of money, and maintaining a system like this, while it is, you know, very capable, is rather expensive, and if you're not really making that much money, we can't really justify you sending, you know, us sending spare parts or really doing good upkeep, so you're just gonna have to use the AI cores until they break, and, you know, there's a bunch of AIs in the system, nothing, you know, like, there's enough checks and balances to keep everything operating safely and, you know, without any major issues. It's, well, we should be fine.
So says the man working at HR.
So yeah, so says the man working for the Earth government, and yeah, well, then we have the colonist rebels, of course, rise up and attempt to, you know, take over the colony because it's my land now. What do you mean? We paid for everything. No, it's mine.
It's your land. This
No.
land.
From the J-Daz, what was that?
How can you determine that it's your land? We literally paid for everything. We even paid for you to be sent there. No, it's mine. It's one of those nobody's right stories.
So what is this thing?
Goon's
Bracker, I
game
think.
idea.
Where did
No, this doohickey.
what is this doohickey?
It's a first
Oh,
sight Bracker.
this is an event. Basically, we activate it, and a new type of enemy will spawn, with a curse site infection. What that means is we can only kill it using our pickaxes.
Ah,
'cause they are
right,
made
that.
of rock.
Right, this event. I remember
I've
this.
activated the machine.
Let's do it.
Oh, I see somebody had a spare key or something.
But
I
so
did.
this is all grounding for the situation. Obviously, everything immediately goes to shit the moment the player actually starts.
To your location. Harvest them for volatile cursite sample and stick them in the machine.
Place you in a wonderfully, unique situation where you could listen to the rebels, you could listen to the Earth government, or you could listen to the AI that want to do fun things.
Okay, might have misremembered what event this is, because I think we just have to kill the glowy ones.
Kill the
yeah.
yellow
Kill
ones.
the yellow
Yes.
ones to bring the
Okay,
I love
misremembered.
killing glowing ones.
Yes, that's right. That's right, everybody. Kill the glowy bugs today.
They're bugs too. I knew it. The bug.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Funny AIs, yes.
Yeah, so that's one of the more elaborate ideas. It's not complete, but I have a basic groundwork enough to start and basically get you into a room shooting people. That's enough to start a development project if I actually get, enough time to think about this and enough money to do it responsibly. And by
Sometimes you also just gotta knuckle down and do it yourself without the promise of money.
well, yes, but I also need to be able to sleep at night.
This is true.
And that's, generally speaking, the far more complicated game idea. I've got a billion RPG Maker games, though. That I can make those. I could probably make a shit ton of those if I really sat down and tried.
Well, there's 1,000,001 on the market. We'll just have to make sure it's the 1,000,002nd.
Yes.
Well, that
The
makes
one with
more sense
you
for
just have to make sure it's the one with advertising budget.
Yes. But I remember somebody mentioning you had advertising on Twitter.
Yes,
like-
I put some money into the machine and I saw what happened. Just because you got to spend money to make money sometimes. It was minimally effective. However, indirectly, Turo got some spotlight there as the advertised tweet got like 27,000 views, and that's very helpful for an artist. And so that I made note of because that could really help a lot of my artist friends if I had more money to do this. I'll think about this later.
So that's why Deku's getting so many commissions for the VTuber wives.
Well, I haven't gotten to him first, but I know him and every other artist would just love for the ability for someone to take everyone on Twitter by the head and make them stare at their art. Everyone needs that. Everybody love that.
I mean,
So while
the
that
only
may be,
problem with that is that you have everyone on Twitter staring at your art.
well,
on
yes,
Twitter.
Good job, team. Core infuser ready.
but usually for artists that goes better than not. We have some very unfortunate cases of it not, but still, it's usually profitable at the end of the day. So I can't necessarily do that now, but that is something I took note of, and even though I didn't get a whole lot of sudden influx of fame or viewers, that is something that I could do potentially later when I have shit tons of money and I'm wheeling around a very good-looking VTuber avatar. I can.
Any progress on that front, anyway?
Not yet, because the money's not here yet, but we're working on that, and unfortunately, I've just got to sit and wait and keep the lights on, which are kind of sketchy this month, folks. So, not to sound too desperate, if you've got a couple of spare extra dollars, I could use it this month. Thanks in
Get on the
advance.
ground floor early, people. You'll get those buxom elven women at some point. Promise.
I mean, if enough people
Gotta
wanted
get
it.
his lights going first.
Well, if enough people wanted it, I'd actually commission an artist to draw that, and then I'd actually pay for that tweet to be advertised.
Ah, yes, the best kind of payment. Exposure and actual money.
Yes, exposure and actual money.
Damn it.
But yes, so that's actually something I noticed that I could probably do pretty, pretty quickly the moment I have any sort of money. And while I didn't see any dramatic effect with the money that I put in, it did move the needle a tiny bit. But it's much more effective if you're just directing people around on Twitter rather than trying to get them to click on a link.
Yeah, there's a whole... You really got to learn into marketing as well as advertisement, because if your tweet that you're advertising isn't marketable, then you're basically just wasting money.
This is entirely true. However, to some extent, it still forces people to look at things.
Steve.
Yeah, it still forces people to look at things, but this is what the commissioning the artist to make a nice picture to go along with the advertised tweet is.
The brand.
That's what that's for, and this could help. This could help a lot if I get certain artists to draw a certain VTuber avatar that I'm going to be wheeling around, and you know, if whatchamacallit, if I get art to actually push my brand and you get exposure, everyone wins. You also still get paid though, so I'm not gonna try and shortchange people like that. You're still getting paid for it.
Fairly certain if I did an advertisement run with the previously mentioned vehicle action piece, I'd probably get a little bit of attention.
Everyone loves a good idea, but that's something I learned about that one, and yeah, that's what the whole advertising thing was there for. It made the rounds.
Experimentation.
Yes, experimentation. It made the rounds. It didn't really get too much traction, but it was visible on the the YouTube archive channel, and very clearly, with 27,000 views and 200 likes and like 11 retweets. That wasn't all just because a bunch of people retweeted it from the get-go. That was actually, some of that was gotten because I forced people to see it, and they liked that one image of that one image Tarot made, and they just kind of retweeted the image and sent the thing further singing around the internet.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very
always good to have.
It's a very simple system. It's just that it costs money I don't have right now, and I can't really do that willy-nilly. One day I will be able to do that, and hopefully that day is soon. Because holy shit, a lot of things just start suddenly moving and being possible when I can do that.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I'm perfectly fine. Trust.
I love this grappling hook.
Press X to down.
I don't know why you guys are following me. I'm just drilling an elevator.
I don't even know where we're going.
Down.
Well, yes, down, but we're keeping together in a group, I suppose, and we'll all wind up somewhere important at some point. But yes, I did the legwork to figure out if promoting tweets on Twitter is actually worth the money. Inconclusive is my results.
What?
Okay, so don't follow the leader.
Do we have a leader?
It's probably also, it's probably palatable for anyone to do if they already have, like, I don't know, art and commissions that already bring in, like, thousands of dollars per month. You're probably going to gain something from it if you throw a couple $100 back into the system. Okay, this might kill me. No, I'm good, okay. But yeah, unfortunately for me, it's gonna take a whole lot more rejiggering for that to really be valid.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Not for lack of trying on my part, I just have a lot of sketches and not completed stuff yet, so I'd rather have that to show off.
Well, yes, it's always good to actually have, a decent high quality shit to show off when you want to advertise things. This is why the image for image Tarot made was there, and I feel like that was fairly successful. I like that image. It's a bit too accurate.
Trying, it's just cheaper for me to do a bunch of sketch stuff and figure myself out before going full hog on. Yes, we're going to completely commission this armor idea.
Yes.
What do you mean I'm changing things every other minute while I figure out what exactly I want?
Yes, it's also it's very good to have a solid idea to hand the artist before they start drawing things at incredible expense.
Which is why I go to Gas Mask and I'm very explicit, like, hey, this is concept art. I'm figuring out quite what I want. Credit to Gas Mask, he's a lovely man to work with. Highly recommend him for any of your armor or military-based needs. Very good man to work with. Very good prices. Strongly recommend him.
One
We
more.
need to find one more barnacle.
There's another level down here.
Gas Mask Manlet on Twitter. need to look into him for some art. Yeah, go ahead.
Bug sign. We got bug sign. Swarm incoming.
Sneaky boo boo cat.
Get more art for that writing. Yeah, I mean, I've definitely
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
tastefully cultivated my art scene for who I need and what I need stuff for.
Well, good for you. I wish I could say the same. Unfortunately, yeah, that would it all involved money that wasn't quite there.
Hmm.
The ideas are still present though, and that's good. That's good because we can go back to those ideas at any point when we have money. But unfortunately, as much as people don't like to highlight this and they like to say different things to make themselves feel better, yeah, no, the whole fucking world runs on money.
It is a sad truth.
Find the nitro
I'm
forever.
not finding any
try,
of them.
try and use the funds that I have, given my present position, to help out those who help me
Mm-hmm.
where I can.
About the only thing you can do until you strike gold and you're rich.
There we go.
Yep.
We got it.
Which,
Oh, Dad,
fair,
I thought I was dumping stuff off and not instantly
You
calling the
did what
drop
I
off.
did last mission.
Whoops.
I appear to have struck gold because every person I show my work to, even strangers on the internet, or strangers on the street, who I'm sitting down in a restaurant with, are like, oh, that's fucking cool. So, I've got something apparently, I just need to not squander it.
Well,
I think the only person who has told me they're not particularly interested is my brother, and not for lack of trying. Just not into war things, which is perfectly fine.
unfortunately, sometimes the people that are closest to you are the most unreliable.
I mean, it's not to say he doesn't support it, he just doesn't care for it. Important distinction.
Eh. Well, if you got a good idea, you've got a good idea. It's just that you have to have the time and, the energy to actually see that idea through. But, well, I'd have a lot more
Energy
things.
is very hard.
Yeah.
Energy is very hard to come by right now.
Yeah. Wait, howdy. I'd have a lot. If I could actually sleep well at night, I'd actually be able to get anything fucking done, but I'm working on that one.
I love my brother and I appreciate everything he's done for me, even if it isn't pertaining to my project. Ow. But my energy is, ever since high school, it was just a downward spiral for my energy.
What is the sleep you speak of? Oh, that thing where you rest and you feel better.
Yeah, Dancing Fool. It's not his thing. That's fine.
It's an alien. Yeah, I know it's an alien concept to us these days, but yes, so that thing where you rest and you actually feel better.
I mean, I just need a CPAP. I just have been lazy about getting one set up.
I need an unreasonable amount of money in the bank so I can just say, fuck it, nothing matters anymore. None of this matters. It don't matter. And then give me about a month of sleeping well after that, and I'll be back up to 100%. Then you'll see.
Sounds made up.
Then you'll start to see me doing shit. Shit I hope people will find entertaining, because I will certainly find it entertaining.
It's all about balance. You gotta find what makes you entertained and what entertains the masses.
This is entirely true, but if I get what I want, I'm gonna be making things that entertain me first and foremost, and like the 10, maybe 20 people within earshot, and if I get it famous outside of that, then great. Extra, all the money, even more money in the world is even better, but we're shooting for that. I would like to make these images in my head real, because they entertain me, and I'm pretty sure they'll entertain more than just me.
That's a mood.
This is what I really wanted, and at the end of the day, the streaming thing, while necessary for me to continue surviving, wasn't necessarily the whole idea. Unfortunately, it took over everything because it was the only thing making me money. And unfortunately...
This weird manic work ethic where I get an idea, just run with it for a little while before not touching again for months. I'm pretty sure that's just called ADHD, a dancing fool.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's just ADHD.
Mode. But that's my issue here. In the moment I have breathing room is the moment I can actually start making things that I want. And yeah, unfortunately, I never really reached a level of financial stability for me to actually sit down and go, okay, I have succeeded at this streaming thing. Let's go make the things that I wanted using the streaming thing as a, a springboard to actually get people to see it.
I mean, I had a conversation with a close friend a while ago, which was a similar thing, because I wanted his insight into what I could do better, and his insight was basically just, don't rely solely on your Twitch community for your projects. Try and branch out more and advertise in more places.
You need more people, yes. That is kind of the unfortunate thing. You need more people. Right, okay. I'm actually going to take a piss break right now, so we'll take 5, ladies and gentlemen. Eggroll has to go get dinner, but take 5.
Last one to finish is a pointy-eared leaf.
Oh boy, I finally get an overclock to use in the flamethrower. Wahoo.
Get in my
Targets explode. That sounds good.
really much better now. Hurry up! I ain't getting younger, you know.
Things exploding entertains me. I am perfectly trustworthy with a flamethrower. I mean, Dancing Fool, I don't know how much could be. Hold on, let me see here. Okay, yeah, I'm still here on stream. Advertisement is advertisement. You mention a thing, it gets someone's interest, and then that person's like, hey, I want to look into this thing. It's the same thing with Eggroll. Like, he subscribed to my channel, and I was like, oh, congratulations, you're, part of the army, and just my sub-notifications for the project. And that got his interest. So he's like, okay, well, what's the army like? And then he went on to look into my project and is currently funding 2 AT weapons and an entire anti-tank hunter support unit, which I am very grateful for. But, it's word of mouth. Also, tell me it's not the most human thing to take something apart to figure out how to weaponize it. I had a vote in my community, which was basically like, hey, what do the humans do with the technology of, the main faction? And the one that won out overall was they... what was it specifically? There were 3 options, one of which was trash it due to human superiority of their tech, adapt it sparingly, or reverse engineer what they can and adapt what they can't. Get which one out. Character art, archaeologist. Here it was. Option 1. All of humanity choose to scrap or destroy them as inferior to human technology, not deserving the privilege of human use. 2, which is the one that won out. Some use it for weapons testing, others try to reverse engineer technology from it. And in second place was third option, which is all of humanity try to reverse engineer what tech they can to gain an advantage against perceived competitors. I personally think that 2 or 3 is the most possible, but the one that won out was some use it for weapons testing, others reverse engineer.
Gravity recalibration commencing.
Could have literally take apart a power plant to see how it works. Could have powered the entire United States on its own. They were given 4 of them. Damn. That is very impressive.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, so, Eggroll has left the party, but I suppose we can run one mission without him. We're gonna be here.
Yeah, he's just getting food.
We're gonna be here for considerably longer than usual here. We're gonna try and make this actually a long stream, because I haven't actually done a stream longer than 3 hours in a while.
You must do more than the minimum, Goon.
Yes, I know.
Oh, that was a dark marker.
That's what I'm trying to do here, because, the minimum wasn't really doing me very much good here, but, I had to actually, try to relearn that thing called relaxing first.
That's a thing you can relearn?
Yeah, I know, right? It's like, you lie on a bed and you just don't do anything. It's kind of difficult.
Horrible. It sounds horrible. Why would I let my mind do nothing?
It's kind of difficult to do, but you can do it, and you kind of somewhat feel better after a while. And by a while, I mean like after a week of doing this at my state, because Jesus H fucking Christ, this is how bad the years have been to me.
We fight for rock and stone.
Hey, Silver, welcome on in.
Ogoon's going for actual streamer, minimum of 5 hours. Dude, we used to do 8-hour streams on the normal here. Come on, man.
Humans are uplifters. Group gift them medical technology and energy technology, and the challenge of the meet us in the stars. They're expected to take several thousand years. The humans do it in 80. I am reminded of a short music video called Our Creators, where basically 3 alien gods come down to Earth, tell humans, hey, you have like a decade or so to prove yourselves worthy of your existence. Bye-bye! And humanity used that decade to build a bunch of weapons to make sure that they annihilate their alien creators before the alien creators annihilate them.
Based.
Twist, the alien creators... The alien creators come back and they're surprised that they're being killed. Like, wait, we were just kind of like putting you on a big board. What the fuck, man? Wait, stop!
To quote the song, fight us, we'll take, you'll take 1/3, we'll take 2/5. Who gives a shit? No, wait, no, what was it? Fight us, you'll take 1/5, we'll take 2/3. Who gives a shit? We'll kill 2 out of your 3 gods, and you'll kill, you know, 1/3 of our human population. That's an acceptable loss by human standards.
That is a survivable. That is survivable rates of attrition.
Yes.
Yeah. We're rich.
That is
We're rich.
Team, we're not getting any younger here.
Well, that's clearly why we need to fuck around more.
Will you logs please bloody focus?
We're rich. We're rich.
With what?
We're rich. We're rich. Rock, seriously, we're rich.
I told them letting you keep the gold for yourselves was a mistake.
We're rich.
Hey, game. Hey.
We're not getting any younger here.
Okay. Alright, fall. 10 more shall take my place, and 100 each of them. So strike me down. I am the harbinger. Okay, Iskandar, easy there.
We simply send more dudes. Everything actually evens out if you simply send more dudes.
If I remember correctly in my story, after the first invasion, and when they get counter-invaded, humanity starts just deploying combat androids to compensate their numbers, despite having 7 years to repopulate.
When I ask her to send me dudes and she sends nudes instead.
What is it? It was an excuse for Boeing to develop the android girls.
That implies that Boeing exists in my universe, which I don't think they do.
Boeing always exists. Boeing is a turtle.
Well, we have the fuck. What did I call it for Martin's special gunship? I think it was Bell and Shaft Incorporated.
So Bell exists.
I don't know that company, but no, it was a dick joke.
They make helicopters.
If I remember correctly, based on Martin's request, it is legally distinct attack Huey. Based off another legally distinct attack Huey from another game.
Well, Bell makes helicopters now, but they made aircraft that no one liked.
Reminds me of the Jupiter game. You're gonna have to be more specific. Oh shit, gold loot bud.
Hell yeah.
Aha.
Earth is generally considered uninhabitable by most species, and humans are considered some of the best galactic neighbors since they are interested in worlds none of the other races want.
Yes.
We can colonize this and make resources out of it.
Oh shit! Humanity! We breathe rocket fuel! We live on a death world and we breathe rocket fuel!
I hear management's been trying to get a ship.
Also extremely infectious bites.
Fancy that.
Wow, the luxuries of your incredibly clean, amazing, utopia world are so interesting. Want to hear more about the 300 species of venomous spiders we have? Every race in the galaxy. Oh god! Oh no!
You want to hear about the several different types of poison we actively consume because it makes our our mouths hurt in a good way.
What about that thing we drink because it makes us feel funny even though it kills us?
Secondary objective completed. Fine job.
Oh fuck, what was the other one? Because I know there was one more. I don't remember what it was. Also, no more gunk seeds. We have enough. Stop gunking us up. Stop it.
More gunk seeds?
No.
Is the reason one alien species tried to make super soldiers by splicing humans and earth animals together. This place is absolutely hellish. We can make such good weapons out of this. Yes, it all comes back to Battleroids. Weapons in the shape of men.
I need friends.
I mean, a lot of people here do. What's your point?
I'm about to be overrun by bug.
Sounds like you made friends.
These are not the ideal.
Sounds like you need to not live in Australia, my guy.
This entire place is space Australia, and we're all here together.
It's how humans end up with domesticated cat girls. It's my writing project. I can decide if I want to have funny bodybuilder cowgirls or cute chubby cowgirls, and I chose both. I was asked to choose one, and I said no, both.
Thanks for phrasing me.
Reminding me
It's
of
my magical realm, and I get to choose a fetish.
reminding me of the one Necronica campaign I made that was powered by Gorillaz albums.
What?
You
What?
might have heard me mention this one. This is the one with the soft drink based apocalypse.
You know, that one does
vaguely
sound
remember
slightly
that one.
familiar.
Right, so basically, Bioshock casual genetic manipulation happens, and unfortunately this goes horribly awry. I know, shocking.
Yeah, I feel like I heard this from one of the Bioshock internet VODs.
Yeah, right. So unfortunately, yeah, casual, genetic manipulation has its downsides, and it causes a horrifying world-ending plague and zombie apocalypse, and humanity is all but wiped out. However,
Hello, Sunset Overdrive. Nice to see you here.
yes, but we go a bit further than that one because then the stores of this casually, genetically modifying substance start getting, leaked into the environment, and animals start eating it, and it starts to modify their DNA to make them more human, and then we wind up on Monster Girl Island. Yeah!
Yeah, I definitely remember this conversation now.
Yep, I've said this one before. This is one of my more unique ones. It's kind of crazy.
I have several different flavors of Monster Girl in my projects. The Ancients, the ones from other dimensions that came through, the Undead, Demi-Humans, Owl People.
Few complain about 10% Fury. Yes, this is the magical power of Quantum Leap. I don't think I could use that name anymore. I'm gonna have to come up with new ones.
Gold over there.
The Bunny.
Because unfortunately, I was at a 7-Eleven, and a certain drink, a certain drink for rehydration purposes after nights of drinking has a flavor called Berry Bliss, and I straight up made that up on my own I did 10 fucking years ago at this point. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to go look somewhere else.
I've seen multiple drinks called Berry Bliss. I don't think it's a unique one.
Unfortunately, it felt unique back in like 2015.
That's simpler time.
Went out of my way to justify when people use melee weapons in a sci-fi. So 40k. Gotcha.
Yeah, this was the one I said was basically the plot of Sunset Overdrive, which is funny because I didn't play I accidentally made Sunset Overdrive knowing nothing about Sunset Overdrive. But however, we advanced past the immediate effects of Sunset Overdrive into the far future where animal people reign supreme, and I'm just pulling out all the Gorillaz albums every 5 fucking seconds when we need backup tracks.
So what I'm hearing, Good, is you need to do a stream of Sunset Overdrive where you compare your ideas to the game and see which was original and which wasn't.
Well, all of them are wrong because it doesn't take place in the same, time scope of this. Yes, this all happens. However, we don't have the cheeky insomniac hero save the day. No, everybody fucking dies. There is no plan to actually save the human race. The only thing that people could do is hide in bunkers and then wait for the virus to burn itself out, which takes far longer than anyone ever anticipated.
Share with your teammates. Getting more ammo.
Ready to kill some more graves. Supply
Bro.
pod here.
And once they arise, once any human actually arises from the depths, they come to find that most of the animals have turned into, yeah, about 10% furry or monster girls, and they've taught themselves to read and speak English, and have taken strange interpretations about things that they have found from past human societies.
Oh boy.
Like the funniest thing I came up with was a bird girl named Pilot who finds a suit of power armor left over from, you know, the fall of mankind, and upon starting it up, it says "Welcome, Pilot." And her first reaction is, "Oh my God, it said my name." They're kind of dum-dums in this universe.
All right. Who's the wise guy doing this shit? T-Dog. One of you fuckers is blood for the blood god. Cooling for my drills. What you described there, Goon, makes me think a bit about the first Horizon game where you have, I think it was the second one, where you have a tribe of people who have settled in an Air Force museum, and they worship the pilots and the military soldiers who came before as gods of another age.
Yes, our Lord and Savior Charles Yeager.
There was something else they did. Right, they worshipped astronauts as those mortal men who have ascended to become gods, or something along those lines. Very, very amusing.
But yeah, it's kind of the same thing, and yet, again, it was just like the entire plot was just powered by just shit I made up listening to Gorillaz albums, and that was the whole character of it.
Oh, also, if I remember correctly from that game, it's revealed that the people who come from Southeast Asia to San Francisco have a tech oligarchy back home.
It's kind of like the boomers from Fallout. Yeah, that's what I'm. Stranger, that's what I'm feeling.
Yeah.
It's just the boomers.
They have a holy text, which is like mistranslated and pieced together from, you know, technology failing. And in fact, the full message is just a standard recruitment video for the army.
Be all that you can be.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna look this up just to make sure my memory is right. Hold on.
You can do it in the army.
Okay, fuck with army.
Yes, the incredibly fun misunderstandings of destroying society and having ancient people misinterpret what was there in the first place.
Is it the Tanaketh? Yes, it's the Tanaketh. Okay. I think.
Dig.
Yes, their leaders are known as marshals.
Yes. Another script.
Oh, who tapped out?
That one.
That's Sagus went to go get dinner. Fine, okay.
I gotcha. Let's see here. Here it is. Tanaketh mythology revolves around the military unit JTF-10, hailed by the Tanaketh as simply the 10, and immortalized in the visions of the groves. In the eyes of the Tanaketh, the 10 were paragons of strength, honor, and bravery, and the example they set is one that all Tanaketh strive to emulate. Among the lore of the 10 is the Wings of 10, the winged machines from which the 10 leapt into battle. Imitating this act is considered the ultimate act of military prowess.
Ah, yes. Lord be upon us, the 10th Joint Task Force. Praise be, for we have the power. Picks up phone.
Suit up. Let's roll.
Drop sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelts.
Much of the Teneketh culture derives from their capital, the Memorial Grove, and its holographic exhibits, dubbed as visions by the Teneketh. So they see pictures of the past and call them religious visions. It is from these visions that they've picked up certain old world gestures that they may not fully understand, like using a military salute to say hello. Their old world history has influenced the names of their positions in the tribe, such as the warriors being known as soldiers and the healers being known as medics. All Teneketh are trained as warriors, joining squads within their clans that double as extended family units. The squad will take care of raising their squad mates' children should they die in battle, and such a fate is common. Oh, this is... The more I read, the more I'm remembering it. It gets very silly.
This just kind of sounds like a normal. We would do this even without forgetting. Like I feel like the military would just wind up doing this without forgetting how humanity worked.
During the clan wars, the Teneketh would drink the blood of fallen enemies in order to honor their martial deeds. Orphans from conquered settlements would be taken in by the conquering clan and raised as their own as an act of mercy. These practices have been outlawed by the current leader and are only continued by exiles or stubborn traditionalists.
Uh-huh.
I see. So you're not allowed to take in the orphans anymore. You just slaughter them.
That part is unfortunately debatable about the current military. That bit, that's a bit decisive, or a bit.
The drinking the blood
unclear.
of the fallen enemies and the taking children.
I'm sure people want to do that, but I'm not sure we allow that. What was all that? The fun things that happen when you destroy human society and have people misremember what was there in the first place.
Oh, Hyperdeath, that was me reading off the Horizon Zero Dawn wiki for Forbidden West, because I remembered the funny clan that holes up in a military museum and has made that their entire culture. And I thought it was funny, so I shared it. That is all.
Funny clan is funny.
I'm still amused that they call their chiefs marshals. Because I'm fairly certain it's like air marshals. The medic bit, I don't remember that, but it doesn't particularly surprise me. Then again, I don't really remember much of that game.
That's unfortunately, as hard as Sony is pushing that fucking game, it's rather forgettable.
You want to know? Here,
but don't you want to buy The Last of Us for like the 4th time, but with ever-escalating prices?
I'm going to tell you what the ending of that game is.
Ow!
Because I know you probably don't care. The ending of that game is that it was all because of space people. Everything bad that happened in the first game is because space people who escaped Earth with legally distinct Elon Musk and his friends made a sentient AI that handled all of their memories, and that included all of their collective pain. That AI became sentient with all of their pain and went rampant, murdering everyone on the planet. And then, when they tried to escape, it sent a signal back to Earth, activating all the war machines that were shut down, and sending several of the terraforming AIs rampant, causing all of the current problems.
Wow, that's actually really mediocre as a setup. Yeah. Wow.
Their technology is also not that interesting. They literally float and have nanomachines that do everything.
Well, that's actually kind of boring. That's what's going on in that game. I didn't know, but that's man, really.
The point of the game now is to bring Hephaestus back under control, so you can make your own war machines to stop the incoming alien AI menace of human origin, and also global warming.
Yeah, global warming, how?
I forget. One of the AIs is like, one of the terraforming AIs in charge of weather control is not doing its job.
Yeah, but there's no fucking human industry to affect the atmosphere, so why doesn't it matter? Why does it matter? Why isn't
the game gets silly?
It's a message.
Yeah, it's a message that's...
The game just... The
that's
game gets
not very
silly.
good.
The only reason I pay attention to that game is the robot dinosaurs.
I mean,
that's all my attention has ever been in that game is the robot dinosaurs.
The robot dinosaurs look good, but if I was going to do a game like that, I would actually try to be more original with how, like, nanomachines going rampant would actually create things. Like, they would just they would just start running off some unknowable fucking design that only they can really comprehend. So everything looks really weird and fucking alien.
I'm remembering another faction, another one of the tribes, and they basically settled in deserted Las Vegas, except all the casinos are now underwater.
How?
If I remember correctly, the Las Vegas water reserve was left untouched, so it just kind of leaked and all the sand built up around it.
How do you flood Las Vegas?
When all of humanity is dead, there's not really much to handle the rest.
I mean, yes, but that still takes some fucking effort. You really gotta reach for we flooded Las Vegas.
Wait, I
Or
have
like,
two balls.
it's not even
Where's
the
other one?
entirety of Las Vegas. It's a small street section of Las Vegas.
Las Vegas no longer on fire, now it's drowning. Viva Las Vegas. That's probably just a busted water main if it's just like a street.
I think that might have been it, from like the primary water reserve.
I blame Mr. House.
He didn't do his job well enough in the new.
The
Well,
damn
apparently-
Securitrons didn't plug the hole!
Well, apparently, according to this entire backstory, Mr. House went to fucking Mars and fucked everything up there, and that's why the world ended apparently.
Oh no, Goon! It wasn't Mars. It was an extragalactic settlement.
Extra
Or something like that.
Oh,
Was it? No, extra solar, not extragalactic. Although it wouldn't surprise me if they went extragalactic.
okay. If they did extra galactic, I think we're not gonna kill the entire human race just by losing 2 planets. But extra soul,
Yeah. Colony ship and immortality.
Load up your guns and
Yeah, this is all probably really. It probably feels really stupid. It's one of those classic AAA game. This sounds dumber and dumber the more you keep talking sort of situations.
Quadruple A.
Yes, but also robot Spinosaurus.
I mean, robot dinosaurs are cool, but yeah, wow, this rationalization for why everything is getting dumber and dumber by the second.
And then they made a Lego game.
Money is running away.
Yes, and then they made a Lego game because Sony is desperate for IPs.
But yeah, I don't know what they were thinking with the Lego game, to be honest.
Yeah, well,
Unfortunately,
unfortunately, it's bad, but they need to actually push IPs because they need marketable IPs. However, the problem is the people deciding which IPs get made are also the people deciding which IPs get pushed. And so
Look,
they're
Goon,
just
there's the chance of a Dino Crisis remaster. I'm gonna hold out hope for that.
I mean, that'd be nice if the GOG re-release led to that. Fucking Dino Crisis
Well, no,
2
'cause,
with, like, tightened up.
Capcom had a was it Capcom that does Resident Evil and Dino Crisis? I think it's
Yes,
Capcom.
it would be Capcom, yes.
They had a poll. They had a survey a couple months back, basically asking, "Hey, which one of our properties would you like to see return?" And Dino Crisis was on the list.
Mhm.
Somebody get the rabbit.
Right,
what
so
is it?
they are doing
I
what
don't know.
is...
It's been running rampantly around this whole
They are,
craziness.
they are likely doing what is known as the Capcom test, where they test the waters on which project to spend money on. However, usually when they do the Capcom test, it's usually very lame, and no one really goes for it because they make a really lame showing. And so the Japanese businessmen interpret this as, oh, no one's interested. Meanwhile, they made a pretty shit showing. This unfortunately happened to Mega Man Legends.
Stairs and Gundam Evolution.
Well, that was a lot of very terrible Japanese businessmen decisions.
I want my Gundam Overwatch back, Goon.
It was nice while
It
it
was
lasted.
fun.
Everyone's really infatuated with GBO2, even though I don't like GBO2. Was playing whatchamacallit, more Journey to Jaburo off in the corner.
Yeah,
and
it
also
wasn't just
Zeta
on the-
versus Gundam versus Zeta Gundam.
According to Kale, it wasn't just on the list; it was at the very top of the list.
Yeah, they probably noticed
people
how many
wanted.
people liked the remasters being brought back by GOG, and they probably went, "Oh, well."
This was before the remasters, or the update, whatever you want to call it for GOG. This was before that.
It was they probably knew about it because obviously GOG had to get their fucking permission to do any of this.
No.
So yeah, Dino Crisis
I don't
2
remember what it was.
tightened up would be actually incredibly fun.
Look, as long as the remaster doesn't go tight, Dino Crisis 3.
I call for the music.
I still need to look at Dino Crisis 3. Now I have to. Now I have to stare into the abyss. Now that everybody tells me how bad it is, I need to actually go look. I know I'm going to be disappointed, but it's one of those things where you just take a lantern into a dark cave, knowing there's nothing good in there.
I'm almost tempted to tell you what you should expect, but I think it would be far funnier for you to encounter it on your own.
Yes, that's usually how streaming works. So yes, let's do that.
As for Dino Crisis 2, that would be a fun arcadey remaster, I think.
Yeah, no, a lot of the mechanics would, they'd benefit from having better controls. A lot of old games just have it ingrained in their design that the controls need to be bad, or some people have some interesting ideas they think are interesting for controls, but they're really just awful. So, Dino Crisis 2 with better controls and maybe a little bit expanded in some areas would be actually fucking fantastic. I want to farm genocide points.
Here's my question: would they keep the original voice actors, or would that not be possible?
If they do a complete remaster, they wouldn't be able to do that. But if they, then we get into remaster or remake, because they don't need to remaster anything, because the GOG thing is already basically a remaster. A remake would require them to change literally everything. Which, well, it being kind of an old esoteric Japanese game, it would actually probably benefit from being a little bit tuned up. There's nothing really to do. There's nowhere to inject weird-ass politics. Thank God.
I think what most people I've heard want is just the Resident Evil 4 remake treatment.
That would be very good for Dino Crisis 2.
But I don't know about 2. I think it was more towards 1. But that was the general sentiment I've got, was just do what you did with the Resident Evil remakes, and that's fine.
Thinking about it, yeah, no, if you trended more towards Resident Evil 2 for Dino Crisis 1 and then Resident Evil 4 for Dino Crisis 2, it would actually, that'd work out. You would need to remember that Dino Crisis 1 is more of a traditional survival horror game and Dino Crisis 2 is a fucking action game. They're both good in their own ways, even if it's very weird to see them close together. But alright, we're good.
You ready to extract?
Sending in the drop pod.
Awesome.
This is it, team. Do us proud.
Yeah. We can only hope.
Let's go.
And we can only hope that if we do get them, they're actually good.
But yeah, no, Dino Crisis 2 coming back, or rather, actually, well, having more traditional survival horror games in general would be nice. So 1 has a place too. I think 2 would be more easy to pull off. Like 2 would probably benefit a lot from like just modern sensibilities in terms of controls and ergonomics.
The lessons we've learned in game making.
Yes, so that would actually benefit tremendously. Dino Crisis 1 would also benefit, but in you would want to preserve a lot more of it. Like, Dino Crisis 2 is good on its own, but you could definitely make that a much better game, with a lot of lessons learned. Dino Crisis 1, really, at the end of the day, is kind of good on its own, and so what you want to do is you kind of want to tighten up the package a little bit, but not break anything.
Mm-hmm.
Which I suppose is the objective for both games, but, well, Dino Crisis 2 needs more help in being an action game than, Dino
Crisis 2, except Universal has gotten their mitts on it, and now it's a tie-in to Jurassic Park.
I mean, if they keep the same thing, it probably wouldn't suck that bad. However, I don't trust Hollywood.
It's a genetics research lab instead of a temporal anomaly lab.
They probably redressed the problem. Well, you know what? The whole plot of Dino Crisis 2 needs to be desperately redressed. Also, did I just go in a fucking circle here? I think I did. Ah! Yes, I did, and now I'm being eaten alive. Oh no. Oh no!
Guys, I'm sorry to say we lost Goon to the feral elves. There's nothing that we can do.
No, it's not elves this time, it's bunnies.
Don't worry, next time you see me, I'll be a father. Ah! I tried to escape and they threw me off the zip line. Damn it! Down, girls, down! Oh god.
Oh my gosh.
Everyone take your turn.
Yes, you're all very based and racist, but come on now, calm down.
They hate dwarves.
Oh, okay. I found the escalator. Good. Okay.
Ernst.
Okay, I think
There's
I can.
Molly. Oh, Molly's in.
I think I can make this. 80 meters out.
Something, something.
I think I can-
buddies.
I think I can make this.
Look, a Jurassic Park movie based directly on the books would be absolutely horrifying. Not censored or toned down, just one-to-one from the books. Is a horrifying endeavor. Because Dennis Nedry's death scene is a particular standout for me.
Okay then.
In the movie, you know, he gets gooed up and then eaten in the car. In the book, he feels as the Dilophosaurus bites down on his head, and it is described in excruciating detail. Because dinosaur horror.
Book, yes.
Book. There's something Captain's Full's hand. Uh-oh. Is that everyone?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I thought we were still waiting on Goon.
I escaped. Knocked up a few elf girls though.
So, Goon, would you call those elf women gold diggers?
Oh.
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
We
have to
used to
tip your
kill
showman on the
people with
way out.
hammers for that.
You can't kill me. I'm a guest here.
Well, as
Who
unfortunate
violates no laws.
as we all are really rather annoyed at remakes and ruining things that were once good by being lame, I think, bringing back some games would be better than, bringing back some games would be somewhat of an improvement, but really at the end of the day, they really just gotta fucking get off their asses and make new IPs. Ones that don't suck.
The Jurassic Park book was literally the author being sick about people wishing dinosaurs were still around when you be. Yes,
But
they are cool to learn about and, see in a contained environment. Dear God, do not fucking bring them back. Leave them in the past. We would not survive.
But dinosaurs are cool, though.
Dinosaurs are cool. I don't want to live alongside them.
But what if we could farm them for points?
Someone will fuck up.
Yeah. No,
Well, yes, that's how we have a video game. Someone will cock it up.
That's my honest answer here is just someone will fuck it up.
That's
they'll
how
get loose.
That's why we have a plot. Someone will obviously fuck up, and then the fixing it is the plot of the story, of course.
Nyx has redeemed a playstyle for us to have a drink.
Well, some people grabbed a drink before we left.
I don't think I drank it in time.
There's a line in the second book, because there was never a third book. That movie is entirely fan fiction. Where two chuckle fucks buy into the myth that a T-Rex's sight is based on movement. And their special devices that make the T-Rexes not want to be near them break. And they just go completely still. And come to a horrifying realization that, no, actually the T-Rex can still in fact see you. They're just confused why you aren't running.
They thought that you had some kind of play there.
That's basically what happens, is they're like, you caused us immense pain, and now you are not running, because the pain has stopped. Why? Oh, you can't do anything. Great.
Do not comprehend.
Oh no.
The people in the books were simultaneously more bad and more
shit.
stupid than in the movies.
Oh no!
Okay.
Ooh.
That's
Ow.
very
Where
very
is
bad.
it?
It's down there.
Oh my god. You're in my
Oh,
face.
that's a big hole. Alright. Well, I gotta get down
You're
there.
molesting my face.
I didn't realize we were in an Aliens movie.
Silly kicks. Everywhere is an Aliens movie at the drop of a hat in space.
Is it though?
Yes.
Yes.
Or it could be made one. It depends on where we are, what things we have to work with, and what corporations are involved.
Oh, speaking of Sigourney Weaver and Aliens, they wheeled her Star Wars movie with Mando. Which I thought they already did, but apparently that was someone else from Cheers.
It's kind of amazing how Sigourney Weaver can do so much, but actually really accomplish so little over in general, really.
Yeah. I don't know, my takeaway from that whole panel is, hey, you know the snowtrooper helmets? Those little, funny flap things on the bottom are actually attachments. Their helmets are not built that way, they're attached on after the fact. That was my biggest takeaway from the movie trailer. And also, Jabba the Hutt's son is ripped as fuck. In a, like, comically
Mule's over here.
steroided up way.
T-Dog.
Buff Huts exist, and they have legends.
T-Dog, the mule's right here. Why'd you hook that up there?
Huh?
The core?
Here.
No, the mule.
Oh, where's the core?
Oh, you don't put in the core. You put it in
T-Dog
here.
hucked it up the stairs.
Oh, I mean, he hucked it up the stairs because we have to extract it separately.
Yep,
Oh,
right here.
It's like running. Could be the prey doesn't consider you a big enough threat, which may put off some predators. It's like running towards lions, yelling and extending a jacket so you look bigger. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I hear a battery.
What?
I hear a battery.
Hopefully you can find it.
Ow.
Yeah, no, the biggest announcement from Star Wars Celebration, game-wise, was, Darth Jar Jar has been added to Fortnite, and the Star Wars XCOM game is the Clone Wars, like I was hoping.
You're cute, but you're dead.
That's about it.
So that's why I was seeing pictures and Jar Jar Binks. Like, my eyes just kind of glazed over because I wasn't ready to handle the stupid Fortnite.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, no, that's all from Fortnite.
words I never
They have,
expected
like,
to hear in my life.
Fortnite is getting like a month-long Star Wars event, which is more love and care than any Star Wars shooter has gotten in years.
Yeah, really. It's almost like they could have their, have something other than that in, like they could make a half-decent video game about Star Wars with all of that effort, but no, we're not about doing that. We're about continually devaluing the Star Wars franchise one really stupid fucking idea at a time.
It is telling when I am slightly, when I well, actually no, because I started getting into modded Left 4 Dead with the Armored Crew, and I got my Star Wars fix because I can just hunt zombies in a Clone Trooper mod. I'm happy. I really don't need all that much.
That does sound vaguely entertaining.
It is, especially when you have a randomizer mod.
I'll come back right.
Like, I'm imagining playing Left 4 Dead and I'm just hearing Star Wars blaster sounds. That actually is kind of funny in a really stupid, childish way.
There are Star Wars blaster mods as well. So, very much worth an investigation if you're curious.
But yeah, so yeah, we definitely can't have, like, good, serious Star Wars anything anymore, so we might as well just at least get the funny. Get the funny,
yes.
childish hee-hee blaster moment.
Wait, no, you know what? There was one other thing that's important. Star Wars Visions Volume 3 had some sequels from Volume 1, and they've also announced that going forward there will be a few opportunities for animators to do long-form limited series based off their stories and visions. With the first one up being The Ninth Jedi getting a limited series. So, yay, more Star Wars anime.
So anyway, what would happen if their Serpinsk and Signalis uncovered a marker and Isaac Clarke was a replica? Yeah, there's an idea in the back of my head somewhere.
I understood half of those words. Can we just yes? Which one, Stranger? To the Visions thing or something else? I assume the Hyperdeath one.
Ah, egg.
Alright, where's the Fester Fleas?
Supplies are on the way.
Egg.
Egg?
Egg. However, unfortunately, I'm going to be zapped to death holding egg.
Big
Oh,
compressor.
Oh
I
no!
tried, Good. You were just a little bit out of reach from my flamethrower.
Oh no! Ow! God fucking,
That's
goddamn,
Replica Isaac. Fair
goddamn
enough.
fucking shock jellyfish.
Shit.
I'm curious. Did Dead Space remake do well enough to get Dead Space 2 on the line, or no?
Oh no, it did do well enough. The reason why the Dead Space 2 remake was delayed is because they needed to desperately save Battlefield, and so that's why motive has just been conscripted into saving Battlefield. Because
Which,
we need
to be
all.
fair, Good, they seem to have done so based on the reception I've seen.
Well, yes, but here's the thing. They remade Battlefield 3/4. I could have fucking told you to do that.
It's a start, Good.
Yes, it's a start, but it's also like, Jesus fucking Christ, is that all you really got? You finally listened to what people have been saying for fucking years, and that's all you've got?
Let's do Battlefield 3 again.
Yes, because we sucked at all of these ideas. Let's just forget they happened. Oh my God, people are actually excited.
Battlefield 1 was a fun, like, experiment.
Well, the problem is that Battlefield 1 was 1 an affront to history for the most part, and 2 not actually that entertaining in multiplayer.
I found the battery for a cargo crate.
In the
Agree
long
to
term.
disagree.
In the long term, unfortunately, because a lot of things that I wanted to develop didn't actually ever get developed. See, you know, the behemoth things. And yes, I forgot egg. I needed to get out of there, and I've also run out of ammo.
I got it.
Right.
Get hell out of here.
Get the egg.
We hit the cargo box.
Oh, right.
Opened up.
I need to claim that.
You could probably incorporate behemoth type things into a Chronica campaign if you really tried.
Oh, I could. I could make everyone. I could make everyone, fucking, crew a Char 2C and watch the entertainment value.
I don't know why, but the image that came to mind for me was a blimp and the like crew. What would you call the underside of the blimp where all the controls are? Is there a term for that? Just the crew deck.
I know there's a specific there's probably an aircraft term for it. There's probably a Zeppelin-specific term for it. I can't remember.
I'm just gonna call it the crew deck. Is like composed of the bodies of the dead, or something like that.
Well, yeah. Well, there's that old idea of the T-35 related idea when the crew dies, they just kind of open, they just kind of crack open a fucking case with a new a new undead soldier to crew the turrets again. That's kind of how the T-35 in War Thunder works. It's just armored with bodies.
As long as you can put bodies back into it, you can get it running.
And another thing, as I was going to say, yeah, Hyperdeath, that idea, well, that would involve, actually having anything in Signalis actually be real and actually happening, and hey, I've got an idea for that, but it's also not Dead Space, though it could be very quickly. Actually, 2 ideas relating to Signalis.
Spring bunny secured. Performance point bonus activated.
Go.
One of the things I liked in the Dead Space remake was that everyone was being with by the markers, especially when you remember that the marker can't do its convergence event, so it made someone like Isaac to escape to start making more markers.
Well, yes and no, because Isaac doing what Isaac did wasn't actually what he was supposed to do.
In which context? In which sense?
If you remember that the convergence event was already going to happen on Aegis 7, if I remember the colony name correctly, that was already happening, and then at the end of the day, the spook woman stole the marker back after it had been planted, and this pissed the marker off immensely. But instead of returning it, after defeating the hive mind, Isaac just fucking left, and that's not what it wanted to do. So the convergence event on Aegis 7 was actually going to happen as the marker intended, but it got fucked up at the last second.
Alright, over there. Let's go.
No, the marker needs the people that made it. That's a big part of 2. Yes, but it had everything it needed on Aegis 7. It already killed all of the colonists to make a large enough biomass to make a hive mind. Was that enough? Was that enough people to make a Brethren moon? Probably not. Ow. I'm being zapped to death and I have no ammo.
Where are you? Hold on.
Oh no! Ah! Ah!
Yep.
can't remember if any specifics that were established in Dead Space 2 about how the marker works, but I'm pretty sure the situation in Dead Space 1 was sufficient enough to start the whole Brethren Moon thing.
I just remember the bird aliens from Dead Space 2. They haunt my nightmares.
The flesh
They're the bird
pterodactyls?
zombies. Yes. Fucking terror bird ass motherfuckers.
But yeah. One of the ideas for Signalis is you just play it straight, and we actually imagine that nowhere is a real place, rather than just being a kind of vague Silent Hill reference. What if there's a mine at the center of the planet that's actually digging into a horrifying being beyond our comprehension? What if it's Mystery Flesh Pit National Park? And what if that alien is somewhat awake, but not? It's kind of having a sleep apnea moment, and it kind of needs your help. Hey kid, do you want to be unshackled from these binds that your masters have placed you under? Please sign this pact. And then the other idea is, well, it's basically Signalis with a male character, doing a completely different set of things. So that very well could just be, Dead Space. Or more Dead Space inspired.
I'm gonna get some food.
Right, also drink. Drink!
Bartender, I need a round of oily oafs, ice cold and foamy.
I would rather have a better Flesh Pit National Park game. Well, there is, weird... I think there's one game, but it's just kind of... It's like a tech demo, more or less.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It's not what I wanted, but it did mess with his mind enough that it...
National Flesh Park Pit game.
There's a very basic one.
No, the Brethren Moon.
Brethren Moon needs more markers. The people that made...
Killed in 2.
Right. We're talking about the final fact. I think that's probably a retcon, and I don't think that's necessary, because then how did Roanoke happen? Because that was 300. Well, actually, that was actually no. That was set in motion by the ancient aliens and just kind of frozen at the last 8 out of 10 steps.
Wait, I thought that place was called Tau.
Or Tau, whatever the fuck it is. I just can remember Roanoke because it's one of the bigger ships, and the whole fucking thing is a Roanoke reference. Because haha, Lost Colony.
Dance monkeys.
Yes.
I can't remember the name of that planet. I just remember that, Roanoke references, and all of the ships in orbit are named after dead explorers. Which, they probably should have realized that one. Cal Volantis, that was
we're setting ourselves up for failure.
Tal Volantis was literally 99% done and frozen at the end. Yeah, that's how that happened. So that's somewhat slightly different, and I suppose the whole process of making a Brethren Moon isn't very organized. However, it was one planet with probably one marker, so at the end of the day, I think that's probably... Yeah, while it does need more markers, I don't think it actually intended for Isaac to do what he did, but it just kind of worked with it. That's my view on it.
It's Bosco. Something on my brain, but I don't know what it was.
I don't think Dead Space's writing is amazingly good, but we kind of know the whole basic idea of how to make Brethren Moon.
Could we do a escort mission next?
Marcus said the makers needed to be absorbed, but it was still starting convergence.
Escort mission. Where is escort mission? Deep scan.
Sandblasted?
Sandblasted corridors. Escort.
Oh no,
Done.
not the sandbox. You can't make me go. I refuse. Actually, you know what I want? I want Star Wars Battlefield 3. That's what I want.
Well, a lot of people
Let me-
wanted that one, but unfortunately they kind of obliterated that project.
No, not front, field. Like, let me barrel an ATST through a house and like demolish a convoy of rebels. That's what I want to do.
Could you please hurry up?
That sounds
Basically
fun.
Star Wars settings, but bad company mechanics.
Yes,
Yeah, I'll take that.
that would be entertaining. However, unfortunately, yeah. So people making video games are retarded. They spend all this money on shit no one really wants.
No, Hyperdeath. That's Battlefront 4. That fucking crack cocaine dream of a game that it was. Where Lucasfilm greenlit a 4th game, but they basically like, okay, what if we just made the campaign what if scenarios of what if X character was good or X character was bad. Play as Dark Side Windu, Light Side Grievous, Redeemed Vader.
We're all gonna die.
Darth Plagueis the Wise after he survives Palpatine.
Also, well,
Luke and Leia as evil.
or we could just stop this shit and just go to the Clone Wars and just play, you know, nameless, faceless grunts in a destructible environment with very large vehicles. Pew pew.
This is Battlefield 4 from Pandemic, or Battlefront 4 from Pandemic. So, not the EA stuff.
Unfortunately, but we
This is the original crack dream.
it-
Although,
it's-
I mean, hey,
It's
we
a very,
have,
it's a
nearly-
very simple logic behind just, you know, making Battlefield, but it's you know, Star Wars. Because the whole Battlefront idea, the Battlefront games were always distinctly different for no apparent reason.
they're made by different companies.
They're still made under EA, so it's like, why are you making
The
these games?
originals or the new?
Well, the originals, and the new ones, especially. Well, yeah,
You
both of them.
No, they were never made by EA to begin with.
Were they not? Because I remember.
No.
Obviously,
The new ones were from EA.
obviously,
The originals were from Pandemic Studios,
well, yes, but
which was not owned by EA at the time.
no, I suppose, yeah, no, LucasArts would be the publisher there, so maybe I misremembered something. Because LucasArts still
possibly.
fucking existed.
It technically does now, but
And that did you know damn well it's not the LucasArts that actually made good video games.
it exists in name only. That's about it.
Let's stay close to the red end. Keep the bugs away from her.
So Battlefront with Destructibles basically is what I want, and I think a lot of people would be vibing with that. I'm still kind of pissed about what was it? They were gonna do this like gritty Call of Duty gadget style shooter 6v6 game, which actually looked interesting. I don't know, it was like First Assault, I think was what it was called. Unfortunately, it died because Disney merger. Which is true for a lot of cool games, such as Darth Maul flavored Force Unleashed.
Another bunch of games that they probably should have kept going with, but for some reason decided not to, because it seems like the entire objective with Disney is to just ruin the franchise.
Also, I think a Republic Commando game was in consideration, but it was canceled for a Chewbacca-centric game, which was also canceled.
Never forget Seb.
You know,
That
fun
sounds
fun.
so stupid, I believe it.
Which the Chewbacca one?
What the hell?
You know, the fact that Republic Commando 2 got canceled for another game that was subsequently canceled.
I
And
think
no,
it was
they didn't
Republic
ever
Commando.
backtrack on it.
I might be thinking of a different game because there was a lot of canceled games.
Yes, the Disney merger was the worst event to happen, and we wish we could take it back. We're sorry, George.
I do know, as far as EA failures recently, if you believe the online stuff, there was going to be a Mandalorian game all about Bounty Hunter where you had some set quests that you go on with your gear, you pick your loadout, and you go hunt a target and have fun. And it was canned because single-player game.
Yeah, because that...
Despite everyone who plays tested it saying, wow, this is really fucking fun, I like this.
Yeah, and then canned because single-player game, because EA, they're run by fucking idiots. Who are now kind of dimly realizing that they were wrong, but they're looking for an artful way to say, no, we weren't the entire time.
And I'm hoping that Saber Interactive can make a good KOTOR game. They cooked with Space Marine 2. I'm hoping they do the same with KOTOR. They've earned my interest and trust.
I think anybody making anything good with the Star Wars license at this point is going to be a fucking accident that will probably be almost immediately ruined by Disney the moment it succeeds. Or be under tremendous threat to be immediately ruined by Disney the moment it actually is good.
The only other Star Wars game I'm interested in is Zero Company because it's XCOM Star Wars in the Clone Wars series era. Even if the story's ass, modding will make it fun. That's all I need.
They didn't know how to over-monetize a single-player game at that point, which is unfortunately what has happened, because the major issue with AAA games is that it's not about delivering the game, it's about delivering a vehicle to get more money even after you spent $80 now!
I'm still slightly drunk, please. Game, please spare me.
And even more money if anybody gets their way, which I don't understand how people can look at, you know, Nintendo wanting to charge $90 for a video game and think this is okay. I don't know. I think I think these people. I think these people will just give up no matter what. If someone says I'm now just gonna drive over you with a truck, they'll just kind of accept it and wonder why everyone doesn't like the idea.
Listen, man, I'm just going on. I'm going to a fantasy world. No one can stop me. What do you mean this is a horrible idea?
Like, I don't know, man. If a big enough corporation just says, yeah, now for $90, we're just gonna drive over you with a large truck, people will still somehow be defending this. The entire experience is being driven over slowly by this large automobile, and some people will think it's, like, amazing, or actually defend the idea as anything. People are insane today.
Don't you trust Truck-kun to safely take you away?
Well, I trust, I trust that it will actually kill me, but that's not really the objective I'm looking for in life.
Detonating the gas bags, they're fun.
Single-player game with 4 levels and 8 multiplayer maps looks over at Marathon. It's not single player, but it's launching with similar levels of lack of content.
Apparently, Bungie has removed the NDA so that we can stream the marathon alpha.
Yeah, because no one liked the fucking reveal, so now they've got to get actual gameplay from real fucking people, so people maybe change their minds.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I and a lot of other people looked at the reveal trailer for Marathon and went, wow. I feel nothing.
What the fuck is this?
It's not even what the fuck is this, it's just you look at it and go, wow, I feel nothing because I've seen this game like 10 times before. Absolutely none of this is new or interesting aside from the weird-ass color palette.
I don't even know if they're still doing the Destiny mobile game.
Probably not.
I have a love-hate relationship with Destiny, but I like the lore.
Well, as I played Destiny, it was interesting. The problem is that it was badly catered to, effectively died, and it just has a small contingent of people that are shackled to the game because they've made their entire fame around streaming Destiny 2. Which, those people will be of the first, basically frontline suicide squads for Marathon's release, because they will move over, not because the game is good. I'm getting there, we're going.
No, not you. You and I have currently just under 60 hours in Yumiya, and I'm about to finish Area 3. I don't understand what any of those words mean. I assume you do.
What?
Text chat.
Yumiya, and I'm about to finish Area 3. You know a fun game that you can either rush through or 100%? The Altiero game. Oh, right, the attractive alchemist game. I haven't been keeping up with that. But I know
the attractive alchemist game where the alchemist was so attractive that they made a 4th game, breaking the trilogy rule because she broke the internet so badly.
Yeah, yes, we were going to stop, but people were really excited by these thighs, so we got to do it again.
We did one more just for the road.
But yeah, so...
And Azurlane definitely didn't help that matter.
Yeah, so unfortunately, all of the people that are still shackled to Destiny 2 will move over to Marathon, not because Marathon will be good, it's because it's an act of survival. It's a survival mechanism, because they're basically shackled to whatever Bungie does.
I need ammo.
Am I sober yet? Nope, I'm still drunk. Great. That's how Martin feels.
Nintendo, here's another Mario Kart game. This one's even more expensive, even though it's... Well, it wasn't even... They're actually gonna be even more expensive now with the tariffs. That's another thing, too. They announced the prices at, like, fucking $80 to $90 before the tariffs were announced. So they're gonna be even more fucking expensive, even though it's just a fucking code in a box. You don't even get the cartridge anymore?
We get the manuals, at least, that tell us what the game's about?
No. Actually, you do get a cartridge, but it's a CD key on a fucking flash card. Which, why even bother at that point?
I was born ready.
I miss games. I still haven't... I don't think I've cracked open my Valkyria Chronicles 4 Collector's Edition still. I think I still have that stuff in the box.
Hyperdef, that does sound very interesting for a fan fiction. It just kind of sounds like Robot Isaac is just summoned, summoned by these by these women who don't quite know what they've unleashed, but it's killing things for them. So maybe it's good.
Well, if buying is on it. Hey, are we gonna do the core stone before we do the main extraction? 'Cause that was back a ways.
Do we want to?
Probably a good idea.
Because if we start it now, then we're gonna have to do it while running to the drop pod. So
Yeah,
I
so
say we do it now.
All right, let's do it now.
Do what?
Core stone, because we passed one by on the way here.
No, don't do the core stone. We'll do that last because when we get the Senate Rock something out, we can still call for Molly.
All right.
All right.
Fair enough.
All right. Remember,
but before we call it though, we need nitro.
Too late.
Extraction commencing. Drill dozer running at full
Remember,
speed.
don't stand on it.
Alert team.
If it needs to be fixed, fix it and then get off.
They're attracting the bugs.
All right, fuck it, we're doing it live.
Swarm on the
As with most
Hurry
game
over here
streams,
and
fuck it, we
run,
do it live.
You will own nothing and be happy, but you will still give us money. Yep, that sounds like the video game industry currently. It's going to fail
No, it
miserably.
sounds like what corporate's telling us, the dwarves.
Yeah,
We'll
so
own nothing and be happy.
yeah, so that's going to fail miserably as it is becoming more and more apparent that people are switching to just playing older games because the new ones are shit and no one wants to spend money on this shit anymore.
I want to spend money on the new Indiana Jones game, just not $70. So I heard that one's actually
Not
good.
that bad. Yeah, I heard not that bad.
Yeah, I heard good things about it, and
Dumped into nitro.
I heard that Troy Parker does a pretty good job as a Indiana Jones.
Outer crust has been breached. Keep defending the drill dozer.
So I'll give money for that on a sale. if I
A
can.
tremendous sale.
Yeah, because it's currently $70.
Which it's
And,
not, no game is worth these days.
Like, as I understand it, Indiana Jones is like a 20+ hour game.
That's still not worth $70 though.
Not counting whatever DLC that Bethesda will probably give it. Because it did really well, so they're going to do an expansion for it, of course. Alright, well, it's flying rocks and not the obelisks of light, so I'm good. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Good, were you going to play a legally distinct Command and Conquer?
There's several games like that. You have to be more specific.
Tempest Rising?
The new one that just came out, Tempest Rising.
I have not seen it. I'll go have a look at it.
Really?
It's, yeah, it's...
That reminds me though, I still have to go play Command and Conquer Renegade because I bought that shit and I want to see what kind of goofy fucking coke dream that was.
Renegade is a very fun game and also stupid.
I know it's an absolute hyper coke dream, and I played some standalone mods that were based on, you know, the Renegade FPS RTS thing. That
I feel like I saw you do a stream of one at least.
I
Was it
don't.
for Mech Warrior?
No.
No, Mech
What am
Warrior
I
is
thinking?
Crisis.
Ah, it was for Crisis. You're right.
Yeah, and that's also not an FPS RTS. But no, in the days of my youth, I once spent an unreasonable amount of time playing the Renegade standalone mod that turned it into Red Alert 2. I wasn't very good at this game, but I spent a lot of time on it for some bizarre fucking reason.
Hang on. Coming.
I'm shooting a grapple hook at its ass because I'm out of ow.
Oh, for God's sake.
My ass.
We have a problem.
An incoming swarm. Please
Wait.
remember that
Oh fuck, that was everyone.
priority.
We died. What exploded violently that killed all of us?
My leg!
I was trying to kill the oppressor, so I threw down a C4.
Why would you do that? Why would you throw down a C4 in the middle of everyone?
I didn't think you were all there.
I was trying to rescue you!
Why is everyone? Why would everyone be here? Says the man next to the objective, and everyone standing next to the objective. I thought it was safe. This area couldn't be occupied. It's literally where everyone's standing.
I was told this was a military facility, guys.
No, it's entirely safe. This area has been abandoned. It's the fucking mess hall.
I was told this building was going to be demolished tomorrow anyway.
Good lord, I need a drink just in spirit.
Straight to the hangover. Blackout.
Rebel night now.
Right, I was just blasted into next year. I need to drink myself unconscious.
Ooh, that's nice. Anyone wanna dance?
Get in my gut. Ugh, there's something in my beard.
I've lived like a dwarf. And I'm
Yep, the realistic drinking experience. Yep. That's alcohol. Mm.
In my defense, I was slightly drunk. Oh, that's blackout stout. Okay.
The real alcoholic experience.
How do you
I have
kill a
not
coffee
received this
stout?
I am still blacked out.
Yeah, why are we so black? That shouldn't we be respawning right
Because
now?
I have to revive you. That's why.
Oh.
Oh, we just
Yeah,
go to
if
the
you
hospital.
black out, you basically die.
I owe you one, brother.
But we're in the rig. We just go right to the hospital.
The purpose of the blackout stout is to get rid of any drunkenness you have by blacking you out.
Yes, you just fill the alcohol meter so it empties completely. Amazing logic.
Yes. Basically.
As we were. Oh, you're. Oh.
Yeah, Eggroll. Fun fact, Goon, you can just deploy in your Nurse Scout to the combat zone.
I'm well aware.
Sequence initiating. Fasten your seatbelt.
I'm just switching to the engineer class.
Anyway, let's do this again from the top.
Once more with
No
feeling.
mistakes this time.
Let's draw.
Actually, you know what? Can I swap my C4 out? Nope. But I can go on the outside. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Why is the gate open?
Hello, boys.
It's probably fine. There's just a little bit of a draft.
Yes, draft.
I mean-
Terminal velocity.
I mean, it's just a little vacuum. It just sucks. That's all.
That's not the joke I was going
final
for here.
suck.
It's just a little bit of a
Look.
draft. Holding mug of alcohol. It's
Look,
fine.
Eggroll, Goon knows a lot about being sucked based on earlier Elven in relations.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like vacuum cleaners, a lot of them.
We have detected
Very enthusiastic.
Heartstone in the
Maybe a little
region.
too enthusiastic.
Your job will be to escort and maintain the autonomous drill dozer as it homes in on the Heartstone. Buckle
I don't
up,
ask.
team.
He doesn't tell, but he tells anyway. Because
Yes.
elves.
Everyone wants to talk about elves.
Stand clear of the landing zone, team. Drill dozer coming in.
Oh, for God's sake.
Because, really, kids, let's be honest here. There are two types of conversations about elves. There's one about elves being racist, and the other one's about unprotected sex with elves. These are the two predominant conversations about elves. I've been on the internet, I know these things.
I'm sorry, Gun. That just brings to mind an average dwarven nationalist coming home to his wife.
Yes, his war bride that he won in the Elfin Dwarf War. That we won, handedly.
Yes. The elves. So you have elves and then you have elves. One is a mischievous fey-time creature, the other will drink you dry. Do not confuse the two.
It's very easy to confuse the two based on those descriptions because they sound like the same thing.
I found you. Did you fall again?
I unfortunately went the wrong way and then fell, losing half of my health.
Just because I make a noise like that doesn't mean I'm fallen.
It usually means something terrible has happened to you or something jarring.
More like let you win. This is reminding me very distantly of that one ERP story. It's a 4chan green text where where the DM had an all-female character, all-female player and character, party, right? And they were being a bit loose about things, and, unbeknownst to each of the individual players, they all approached the GM, asking about if the GM could possibly include their characters being captured and being, molested by orcs.
I feel like I heard that. I feel like I heard this green text story.
The GM, very humorously then revealed that literally everyone in the party wanted to be violated by orcs, and so they did.
Mission accomplished. Next.
We did it, tape.
Very fun when we're all very honest about our fetishes. See, magical things happen once we all admit it. Looking at you, ladies.
What if someone botches a roll? They roll a 1. Does it work?
I think they basically sabotage themselves to make it happen because they were already committed.
Alright, ready to turn the button?
I choose not to ask these questions.
Well, I'm sure. Well, what's there to ask or be frightened about? Clearly, everyone had fun.
I didn't say anything about frightened. I said I just want to ask.
There's not much else to the story than that one, as I remember. It's just one of those funny things where the stars align and, well, people have lots of fun.
Look, you have two types of orcs. You have the pig-faced men, and then you have the skins. Okay, wait, no, there's three, because then you have the Tolkien orcs.
But yes, this wouldn't be the first time that someone allowed some females of some race decided to let someone else win a confrontation. Wouldn't be the first time. So non-zero chance that that happened during the Dwarven Elf War.
All right, where's the Dwarven Elven Hyper War text meme, huh?
Well, that I can tell.
Will it into existence?
Well, I can tell you. Well, I can tell you how that happened. It's just, that entire conflict was a bitter dispute that raged on through several timelines, and it was ended by the dwarves impregnating the progenitor elves, thereby being their own fathers.
Ah, I see, the Back to the Future route. Got it.
Basically.
I don't know if that's a better answer than what I got, but it's the one I'm getting.
Bulldozer is out of fuel. You need to refill the fuel canisters mounted on its back.
Sand shark thing.
To extract any nearby oil shale, and we'll have the drill dozer operational again in no time.
Oh. Ow! Ah! Ah! Ow! Ow!
Who? What?
I was just hurled across the entire arena, like, clockwise, vertically?
You get chucked by one of the sand sharks?
Yes, I did, and
Yeah,
then I
we
was
both did.
yeah, and then I was hurled even further.
Yeah, give me some sugar.
We're refueling it. Okay. Ba-doo.
From what I remember in my writing, the elves that we have are the funnies, the sylphs, which are, you know, Norse elves with wings, and then proper elves. And whatever the fuck I give Neo a lawn bell, but they have the undead, so they're fine. Zombie elves, I guess. There's an elven type for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Throw up a platform, I can get that
Martin.
one.
Would you like to engage in this riveting conversation of goons breeding elves or something like that?
When did we get to
Really?
that one?
I don't know. We've been talking about breeding elves a lot.
Again, these are the two predominant conversations about elves. This is the discourse on elves currently. It's how racist they are and how fuckable they are.
Many a
engineer
notion
platform
and
up at
many
the
a
nitro
hentai
there?
has been made with this premise.
And then you get to Fearin, where you somehow have both conversations at the same time. Hello, Martin.
Howdy, howdy.
Look, all I'm gonna say is my opinions on elves are not safe for any sort of broadcast.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not streaming, I don't care.
Get it fixed up before we lose it.
That's all I came to say.
Fair enough. Are you feeling any better?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear
Hey,
that.
shame.
I desperately wish to drink this pain away, however, work.
It's probably how you. Well, actually, you haven't been drinking because you've been working. So no, the alcohol didn't cause it this time.
Well, okay, see, yes but also no. I had a little bit of scotch last night,
Ah, yes.
but by then my throat was already fucked up.
I think the flamethrower hurts the trail.
Hey, Agro, can you
Yes.
put a platform up there?
That is all I came to say.
hang on.
I will return to lurking until another chance to interject arises.
Right.
Very well,
Okay.
hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Oh,
And you
Right.
fell.
So as I was saying,
that
yeah.
freaking ricocheted off the wall.
So as I was saying before our guest star appearance showed up, yeah. So yeah, you know, you have these two arguments, but then you're Fearin, and well, you just have an elf girl being racist in a micro bikini. You just have both arguments at once.
I don't remember that scene from Free Run. When did that happen?
Yeah, when did that happen so I can find it?
For research purposes, of course. Even if I prefer Fern to Free Run, you know, research purposes and all that.
Well, this is what happens when you have the amazing unshackled imagination of people on the internet wanting to fuck
Hey,
things.
guys.
Damage
There's a
repair.
battery here.
Battery where?
Yeah, so
I guess
what
we'll do that. We'll do that afterwards.
Oh.
okay, gas pedal.
Yo,
The drill dozer is
Remember
en
we-
route to the Hearthstone. Expect heavy resistance.
no, you not deposit the battery. Come on.
But yes, this whole thing about a elves and micro bikinis. This doesn't happen. Is this another Morbus, another Morbin time thing where it doesn't actually happen, but everybody keeps talking about it like it does? What do you mean she's never in a micro bikini? The internet assured me. They kept talking about this endlessly for like a month.
Get ready to protect
I watched the entire series through with Doug. I do not remember a single micro bikini appearing.
Well, the internet's fucking just. People are just on the
guys?
internet spreading misinformation, man.
Behind us.
Oh no.
Guys? You left me behind.
Yeah, bus is leaving.
I did say we were leaving, you know,
Close the
gas
house.
pedal. But yes, people on the internet spreading misinformation. What else is new? Oh, what? Sorry, got kind of confusing in there.
Bark.
What?
Nope, god damn it.
My dogs are howling. Hold on.
Really bad time, doggo.
Oh no.
Did you fall down the well?
Damn that kid.
Alright, I will be right back to go see what they're howling about.
Ow.
One sentry gun ready to be built.
The drill dozer is ready to start the extraction of the Umaran Heartstone. Awaiting your call, team.
I need ammo.
I also need ammo.
Find the nitro for ammo. Lights up.
Also, there's nitro right above the core.
Okay, I am back. Someone was locked out of the house.
Dig and dig and dig and dig at dig and dig and dig and dig at
Where are we digging?
the nitro so we can get some fucking ammo.
Gold over here.
Sentry gun needs assembly.
There's also a fair amount of gold in the cavern behind us.
Shower ever. Feel I got Clifford gunk in every single crevice. Damage fixed.
How do I call for ammo again? Oh, right here.
I ordered a resupply.
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
What did I miss while I was handling that?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Okay.
We're just really low on ammo.
How are we on nitro?
Time to restock.
God fucking damn it.
Ready to take some
Bork.
more crates.
Bork.
I'm taking some of the ammo.
Timmy, he fell on the bullet this time.
God damn that kid.
Can't leave that kid alone for 5
Line
minutes.
up.
That was the-
Getting supplies. Grabbing ammo.
All right.
Next time, let's get some resupply ordered.
Stand back, supply pod inbound.
More ammo.
They were barking because my
And
sister
starch.
came back inside, was locked out, and then immediately
And you cut off.
proceeded to leave. Again. Shouldn't be barking again.
Lighting.
Don't the same.
I guess we're waiting till the sandstorm stops. Go off, Daru, dude, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Oh?
Attention, new miner inbound.
Rabbit.
Oh, hey, T-Dog's joining. Why is Daru dude familiar?
Sandstorm.
Sandstorm. Oh, come on, man. That I'm only slightly older than that fucking song.
Bacon Wrath. That is an interesting name. Are you a Rathian or a Rathalos? No, you are Bacon.
He's one of the Baconites.
Baconites.
Set to
The
go.
Knights of the Holy Order of Pork.
It can't reach that far.
What was that?
Don't worry about it. It was certainly not one of my C4s.
Please, no.
Not again.
Okay. I have slain the rabbit. I will now bring it back.
Look, guys, I can promise it won't happen intentionally again.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Wait, so it happened
I
in 10
can-
Ah, shit.
I can,
Shit,
I can
shit,
be
shit.
trusted with C4.
Okay, I'm all the way out back at the
That's
bedroom
my
room,
line,
and I'm
okay?
being attacked by Glyphid.
Well, it's my line today.
Help.
Where are you?
Whoosh.
Back through the tunnels.
Oh, I see.
You secured yourself a nice bonus.
Good, we don't have to get the rest of the Hollow Knight back there.
Oh, we already maxed out probably.
Not seeing
Spring
a lot.
money deposited. Well done, team. Performance point
Mission
bonus is active.
Ready to go, guys?
Wasn't me.
Oh no!
Hold on. There's some more,
Some
freaking,
gold.
Nitro right here.
What the hell is that?
Somebody is exploding, and it's not
Oh my
me.
god, what is with these bugs? These aren't your space bugs. They're-
Oh, I thought there was another
Like
gold
fucking
patch
Catan.
on here, but they're not. Damn.
Really set on Nitro.
Ah,
Ah.
I have 77 nitra. Ah.
I have 3, so
Well, actually, there's a bit of nitro back there, so if I just hop... Actually, nope, there it is.
I think I got all of it.
we can order a nitro
Yep.
or a resupply pod at any time.
And that should be
We
all of
already
the
have-
ammo we need.
If I remember correctly, one of the balance mods makes it so there's a mod that lets you adjust the resupply pods for the more players.
Resupply arrived. Go restock.
That would be nice.
That rate adjusts the cost of the resupply pods, so you can order more if you have more players.
Ready to use.
Something like that.
Grabbing ammo. Born ready. Getting supply.
So it would be fun to actually get as many people as possible into a single map,
Sweet.
and then have them hollow out the entire space that is playable, which is a hilariously large amount of space, but it'd be funny to hollow it out like that. Just an extended war on a single map, for no really good reason other than we could probably manage it with enough people.
When resupply
Still a bit of
arrives,
nitro up there.
share with your teammates. Supply pod here. Ask
Alright.
your team before double dipping.
Are we good? We're good? Good?
I guess.
All good.
337?
Did you borrow my underwear?
Hey.
Cracking the armor
Actually worked out pretty well since your outfit good.
guarded well against any hostiles. Attention team, to keep the drill dozer running at full capacity, you need to keep it clear of bugs.
Yes.
Also, we got an incoming swarm.
I believe in us, team. We can do it this time.
Loot.
Yeah, well, that'd be easy if, you know, we don't
As long as
violate...
as long as you survive what happens C4 and after.
Yeah, so as long as we don't
Shut
inadvertently explode by our own poor decision-making. We can do it if we don't fuck up. Thank you, Dan Quayle.
I've
Remember-
never made a poor decision in my life.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, in the immortal words of Dan Quayle, if we don't succeed, we run the risk of failing.
This time it will work.
You may not want to stand
This
our
time
dicks.
it will work.
Yes,
Yeah,
this time it will work! Unintentionally my catchphrase for
sounds
the
like a
last couple of
friend.
years.
The dozer's just
Then again, I suppose most of the... A lot of the writing...
time it will work. That's
Thank-
right. This time it will work.
Thank you, T-Dog.
So, good. Will there be a continuation of the funny car sale memes?
Someday.
I have to get the energy up to actually edit it, because that takes a lot of energy to deliver shit like that, as you might understand.
Yeah, fair enough.
There's the writing, but I've got some zingers here, but yeah, the Big Suka Sakoi, you know, some of those jokes are some of the best jokes I've written in years.
Okay, here's my question. Have you done a Gundam version of it yet?
Well, there is the regular mobile suit reviews idea that's just kind of kicking around in the back seat.
That... Okay, I'm curious now.
We made
I
this...
assume the Mook suits.
Yes, we made up this we made up this idea for regular Mobile Suit reviews, which are done in the style of regular car reviews, which are a bunch of schizo folly, where we just pick random mobile suits and we we just start rambling bullshit that's semi-true, kind of just made up in some cases.
I'd watch that. That sounds entertaining.
I have 100 cheekies. Yeah, the Hyzak one is, I think, the most memorable one we could come up with it just starts with, you weren't in the 1-year war. You're not a Xeon. Your dad is not a Xeon, but you want to feel cool. So here's
GM is best GM.
Here's a GM with a body kit. Something to that effect. Where it's like we just poke fun at the Hyzak as a rice machine for people who want to pretend like they're real Xeon.
On a long enough time, every GM gets an LS swap timeline. That one I might not understand as well.
Oh right, no. The other thing as a component of talking about mobile suits, the other thing is explaining core block.
Core block?
Core block.
The funny jets.
Yes, the single most insane, impractical, stupid idea that you could come up with. But hey, we're all dying here and we've got to spend money. Like, just actually highlighting core block for how incredibly stupid it is. You mean to tell me that we're going to assemble... Whoa, oh
Away
no.
from the drill.
I've been captured.
Yeah, stay away from the drill dozer.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry. Don't trust my tweets anymore. I've been captured.
What does he mean by this? Barton, what does he mean by this?
Good lord, what is going on over there?
Don't worry about it.
Everything, no.
Situation normal. Everything's under control.
Guys, I'm sorry. The money was really good. I'm sorry. The money was really good.
Oh, yikes!
Get sponsored.
Why is he focusing on me?
So you can't get a Zaku. Neither of your friends can get a Zaku. Oh, god damn it! I'm not gonna have any credibility left by the end of this.
Getting a Zaku?
No, but you can't get a Zaku. Your friends couldn't get a Zaku. So here's something that's kind of like a Zaku, except it isn't. It isn't a Zaku at all.
I am not
but
a
it's
Kinder
made,
Egg.
but it's made by the people who made Zakus. Except it's not made by the people who made Zakus at all. Picture of Makuve. You had credibility? At one point I had credibility.
Look, Rayman, we don't question where the money went.
The drill dozer served its purpose. The heartstone is ours.
Wasn't there a core stone here? Or was that? No, that was the other one.
But yes,
There is no core stone.
regular mobile suit reviews is an idea we've been kicking around. We just never actually sat down to write a script. But we have some skits.
There was a core stone in our previous life, but then we blew up.
Yep.
Do not hit the button. Let's go do the other thing now.
Yeah, the battery or however we do that. So that's there's a couple of ideas that we could do for that one, and we just pick random things, and we just kind of just make fun at how uselessly impractical the mobile suits are, or how they look silly if you really stare at them. And then, you know, highlighting, as I was going to say, core block as the most wasteful, stupid, dangerous, impractical thing anyone had ever come up with. But they must have did so much blow that it sounded like a good idea. This is where the Tim Ray gets brain damage joke goes.
Need help with this?
Oh, right, we had a battery pack.
Where do we throw this?
Oh, we put that into a chest.
We need to find a chest.
Another pearl. Got it.
Some people say that Tim Ray got brain damage after the Gundam was developed, but sometimes, you know...
box yet?
I think so.
You know, cut to
That it right there?
cut to
Oh, no,
a
that's control.
cut to a faked recording of Tim Ray babbling like a fucking moron about some random shit like he's Francis Deck. Yeah, no, we just write an entire skit about the doohickey and like rewrite it in the style of Francis D. Deck. But it's just a still image of Tim Ray.
Doohickey.
The thing that he developed for the Gundam with brain damage, so it didn't fucking work.
There's the other one. Right
The,
here.
like combat upgrade or whatever the fuck it was called.
In 0079, I was dragged, beaten and bloody through the Sign 6 atmosphere by an exploding socket.
Now, where's the box?
I don't know.
Need to find the box.
It's gotta be around here.
Hey, wasn't Amuro's dad like executed at one point?
No,
Actually,
no, I don't
if you-
think so. I
If
think
you
he just
use the battery
actually-
as a homing beacon, the faster it is, the closer you are.
Actually, no. I think he just
Oh.
falls down a stairs and dies, if I remember
see it.
correctly.
Up.
I think he
Bubba.
actually just falls down a flight of stairs and dies.
I have to see another door with pair of cheeks. I'm gonna scream.
Does someone have a rope that we can tow up there?
Then yeah. Then in the middle of this
Hold
rant,
on.
you kind of just careen onto the idea
over
of
here.
like he's actually talking about new types, and he's actually somewhat right, but he's so lost in complete madness that no one can really tell.
This way, lads.
But you gotta bring the battery.
I saw someone. I saw
Nice.
I saw a dead woman I haven't seen in years, and she told me about the tears of time. Whatever the fuck that means.
I got the first one in.
Oh my god.
What was the second one?
Up here.
Maybe I can. Oh shit!
Okay, how do you use it as a beacon again?
You see the tears.
Or maybe you
of
just go.
time.
I can make a bridge.
I tried to travel to the place of my Earthnoid ancestors.
Whoop!
Weapon ready.
The fascist gangster computer god formerly known as Giran Zabi.
There we go. Now we got it.
Or maybe, no. Maybe he could just say that. Maybe he'll just start raving that the zombie like the members of the zombie family as a front. There is no Xeon. There is no zombie family. There is only makes a reference to a completely different Gundam franchise out of nowhere. He just like some pick a fucking franchise at complete random.
There is only Gallarhorn.
There's only the fucking Illuminati. You're just talking about G-Savior out of nowhere.
Now, did someone say
There's
something
only
about
Lunarians.
that one space rock
Alright,
thing?
you
Or that's
ready?
not the map?
What, Space Rock?
Was there a space rock here, or was that the last map?
No, that was the last. It's gone now. That was a dream. It never
Okay.
happened.
All right, does someone get Loretta?
Yep. Currently
Alright,
in my position right now.
All right, ready to call it, guys?
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
here's
so.
the chest.
Actually, I think we're a little too
Yeah,
far.
the
up
chest is
and
up
have
there,
us
so
go
go
back.
get your loot.
What now? Where's the chest?
And have us go back.
Up
Dang it.
above Molly.
Okay.
Ah, okay.
Like that.
You could take the harder way up. That's fine.
Whee! Or you could take the stairs.
Or you could get launched from a sand pillar.
Depositing mineral.
Right. Tim Ray just sitting there, just meandering around in random conversation, rambling about how Minovsky particles are giving him cancer.
Azimuth of his new type computer gun named
Char Azimuth of his new type computer god named Millardo P. Scribe. No, he just cycles through every guy that does the Char bit. Every man in a white mask. Every time he brings it up, he changes. He has another name. I know his true name. He doesn't know, but I do. I know his true name.
God damn it, Martin.
You see, we could make a script out of this. And one of the things where if I have like a month to sleep soundly without any worries, my god, the shit we'll start making.
I don't know why that one broke me so badly. Just did.
The conspiracy of the
Okay, I need
Peacecraft
some help.
family.
These are freaking things that came out of nowhere and are chewing on my ankle.
Then shoot them and move on.
There are too many of them.
Sarina Eleonora Sayana. Why do I feel like that's a Gundam character too? It's been fucking forever since I watched Gundam Wing.
It's too far. Access provided. Got no
Oh.
I feel like we'd also make up like 8 billion slurs for space noids in the process of doing this.
Drop pod starting in T-minus 4 minutes.
That's Shara's mom from G-Wit. Oh, right. Right.
You just start melding timelines together.
I'm gonna be honest, I forgot her name. I just knew the mom. I genuinely forgot what her name was.
Make it snappy, team. The drop pod won't hang around forever.
You're at the wrong place.
No, I'm getting it. So not only do we start cycling through all the men that have ever been the Char like in every series, we just start bringing up random fucking characters that are cahoots with each other in all this like this Legion of Doom like franchise universe crossing like bit where we just like we randomly bring up people like Sirocco and fucking Iron Cuck. The indomitable Iron Cuck!
Who?
The villain from whatchamacallit, the villain from F91.
Oh, okay.
Who did everything because his wife left them and she took the kids.
Yeah, I haven't seen F91.
It's kind of difficult to watch, but it's not awful. It's just that you're
We're
watching.
missing.
Oh, right. I was waiting for the pod to come over here. I'm stupid.
Now you have 2.5 minutes to get
You
here.
did the same thing that I did.
I was waiting for the pod to show up here, and it's over there, but I'm over here, and
We got
you're over
there.
What I want to know is, where's the Zaku?
I'm over here. You're over there.
Where's the Gundanium?
Who's on first?
1 second.
Where's the robot goon?
Martin,
Where's
I'm
the
just
missile man's
I'm
lead?
just thinking about how he could deliver the Millardo Peacecraft reference, and I'm still that's brilliant. That is absolutely good lord, sir. That will actually leave people in fucking stitches. No, that works.
Drill man, Travis.
All right, everybody's here except one.
It's the Eisenshanker.
Retrieving escape pod.
Oh. Apparently when Martin's sick, he just turns out comedy gold.
I mean, sometimes I can do it, but sometimes I'm drained. But then we have Martin and Kadusha to actually bring up the rear here in terms of, like, filling in the comedy.
Look, man, I'm just here to bring up the mega autisms occasionally, and that's all my job is.
I'm just here for gold.
Fucking stone.
Just occurred to me, Goon did that entire mission in his fucking first gown.
Yes, and I haven't changed it.
Sure did.
I thought that was egg roll.
What?
I thought that was egg roll because I haven't looked at Goon's screen.
That is not my ass.
Did you borrow my underwear?
False hero, Char Aznable, or should I say Millardo Peacecraft. But that isn't even his true name.
Feel much better now.
Oh, fuck. That is gonna be one hell of a video. I'll tell you what.
just like, again, just regular car reviews, but yeah, every time he does like a schizo moment like, the book! Can't talk about the book! Just, it's folly like that, where and, you know, one of them is just Tim Ray's schizo ramblings.
Come on, you lazy
Like done in the style of like a tape recorded at a bar, or like a police hearing. Like, or like a police interrogation where he just kind of randomly assaulted some random fucking person and he's just rambling in an interrogation room. The police are confused and so is everyone else, but he's just talking about all of this shit.
Dear God.
Do you
off his rocker?
I'm Timothy Ray. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my son is? He doesn't say Amuro, he says a random protagonist from another franchise. My son is Hiro Yui.
Whoa! What the hell?
No.
The character just launched me over to the next level.
My internal amusement is he doesn't even get the gender.
My daughter.
My daughter.
Decorations are meant to be enjoyed with your eyes, not your feet.
Just completely unrelated person, but he's a hero.
Insertion sequence initiated. Stop the drop pod.
I'm losing my mind. Martin, help.
He's gonna make it worse if we keep going here.
Yeah,
but
he's gonna make it worse.
Maybe we should just like, maybe one night we should just have a jam session and just come up with the stupidest fucking shit we can fill this video with, because it's gonna be us talking about very seriously and analytically about a mobile suit of some description, and then we're just gonna interrupt it with the most random bullshit, fucking schizophrenic folly bits that you could come up with.
I'm losing my mind.
We have to come up with the most obscure thing that uses core block, and then we have to explain to people the wonders of core block, and then we segue into the whole Tim Ray bit, where Tim Ray is he's just sitting like, it's just like a grainy black and white photo you'd see in a documentary, where it's a freeze frame of fucking Tim Ray, and it's just slowly zooming in on his face, and like, we're just doing this schizo rant, and like, it's slowly appearing in white text underneath the photo, where he's just kind of looking normal. It's just like, you're listening to him talk on a phone. I can see it. It will be fucking brilliant if we actually come down and complete, we actually knuckle down and complete the bit.
Only danger and darkness awaits.
Pull yourself together!
Let's get the job done!
We're sending you in deep, so be on your guard. Scanners indicate particularly rich veins of morkite and gold.
Oh boy, Iron.
Cosmo
Dude,
Wave.
Iron Sights has leaked things for Helldivers again.
What now?
Iron Sights has released some leaks for Helldivers. He's a proficient leaker for that.
All right, well, what's coming?
Illuminate invasion of Super Earth.
There's Nitro right above us.
Oh no!
Illuminate invasion of the Altus sector. New campaign types. Planetary regions. Multi-subfaction missions. Upcoming war bonds. New planets ?
I see.
Cosmo wave energy and the wave. Oh, Goon, he's continued.
And the wave motion gun. You mean a beam rifle? No, something different. Something different, far more powerful. Zumzion Daikun isn't dead. He's frozen.
Wasn't he literally obliterated by the power of the sun?
No, that's
Wait, no.
That's Daegwin Zombie.
Different. That's Daegwin. Sorry, I'm getting my prominent Xeon figures mixed up.
Right, no, what? Start talking about Zumzion Daikun and it just segue into fucking Walt Disney fucking Frozen conspiracy theories. We just treat Zumzion Daikun like fucking Walt Disney.
I don't know how to feel about that.
Zumzion Daikun's not dead. He's frozen, and when the old types are finally dead, he will return.
Really good. Did you hear the news that they weren't gonna pursue any more live action movies anymore?
Yes, I wonder why. Oh right, it's because
Disney?
all of their movies fucking bombed, and you can't gaslight yourself into making more money like that.
Apparently Snow White was enough for them to realize that.
Yeah, they've been trending towards it for a while, but they've...
I'm cynical enough you can gaslight shareholders because...
Yes, you could, but however, at one point people are gonna ask, well, where's the money, guys?
Okay, but are they still doing the Lilo and
Well, they
Stitch
continue
movie,
to
or are
get
they
us
canning that as well?
I think they're canning everything, so if it was live action and wasn't already finished, it's dead.
What I'm asking about this one is it finished or not?
We're rich.
I'm fine with Lilo and Stitch just staying in.
Getting any younger here.
I'm fine with Disney stopping and not doing fucking anything.
Sprung up.
I'm fine. I'm fine with Disney just ceasing all activity for quite a while before they, you know, so they unfuck the stupid out of the system here.
Goon, have you ever heard of the magical word called shareholders?
Well, you see, those people don't pay attention. They just put money in and they just look at the returns that they're getting. They don't care about what you're doing.
Yes, but that's the exact reason why they're not going to stop doing anything, because the shareholders.
Yes, but, well, now that I suppose now the shareholders are starting to pay attention because they're not getting their fucking returns. But all of these people are disaffected boomers that are just, like, letting everybody do whatever, and they're like, I don't even know, man. It's like, it's the new thing that the kids are doing, and, like, you know, yeah, power to them. Yeah, great, as long as I get my money, but they're not getting their fucking money anymore.
Lilo and Stitch is still coming, unfortunate.
So, hopefully we're reaching the point where we can no longer fail upwards, and it definitely looks that way, because, yeah, no, everybody's just failing upwards, excuse me.
Here's my outlook on things, Goon. If the old things keep getting torn apart, it means people look for the new thing. And the new things provide opportunity for you and I.
Well, yes, that's the thing, though, but the thing, well, actually, we do have an advantage in that regard, because we would be the people to make the new things, because the old systems, the old institutions are simply, so risk-adverse that they can only continue to mine the old things until they are dead, and then once they are dead, they have nothing left. However, we, being people with nothing, have all of the energy in the world to go after the new idea. Which, if successful,
Just try to buy it away from me.
yes, and we're not going to fucking listen. We know how this works.
Remember, kids, don't let your things become publicly created. Death of creativity.
Get as much money as humanly possible and still maintain creative control, or don't fucking sell it to anyone.
Either be ironclad in your term who's in charge, or good luck.
Make your price extraordinarily high, and this will include the ability to have a kill switch. Just say, no, that's fucking it. And no one is allowed to use your fucking shit anymore. The end. Always get that kill switch.
You want to use this name? Great. You can't touch the original universe anymore. It is stuff for you.
I get to say if you're, I get to say when you fucking stop doing this.
One more spring bunny secured.
And it's more or less what my plan is. It's like, great, once I die, that's it. The main universe will make a new. Go make an alt timeline. I don't care. The main universe is locked in forever now. No touchy. The things that happened. The characters that are there. No touchy anymore.
Existing
Go
continuity. Existing continuity can no longer be touched.
Yeah. If I don't finish the story before I die, too bad. That's it. That's it. That's all you get. Go read a book. I say as I happily, gleefully dance in my grave, my story is safe and will never ever be ruined. Until my offspring decides they need a new cash check real quick and decide to unearth my hidden lore documents. I'd hope my progeny respect the thing that brought the money, but
they won't.
Who knows?
No,
they won't.
No. You get assurances. Trust no one. You get assurances. You get assurances that say you physically fucking can't do this.
They could use the universe, however, it has to be a completely new timeline.
Force them to make
the old one is locked away. It can be, make money off of it if you need to reprint things, but no new additions are allowed.
Force them to make something new.
Yeah.
If you must use the property, you must make something new.
I did my part for you. Now it's time for you to do yours. Make the new thing.
But unfortunately, we've reached a point where, yeah, all the risk-adverse people have kind of basically they've painted themselves into a corner, but the sad thing is, right now, they still got a lot of money to burn, and this is why they're taking so long to fall apart. However, the flops keep on coming, and if they keep on coming, then, well, there isn't gonna be any fucking investments, and that's a massive hit to their money. Because who invests in someone that doesn't make any money? Nobody.
Oh god, it's a tyrant weed. Get out the sprayers, boys.
It's not the 420 I was promised.
Yes. Jesus rises and you can get high too. Order your Korwak tyrant weed today.
Kick its ass!
That was a good damn hit.
Yeah, 420 on Easter. He has risen off this sick blunt, yo! Take a drag of this shit, you'll come back from the dead, too.
Oh my god.
I am irradiated, help.
You're not ready. You're sterilized.
This shit is dangerous.
Or am I not?
The spicy, it hurts.
But it will be interesting to see what Disney actually does now that they've stopped their live-action shenanigans. I mean, we need to see what they're going to do next after they've realized that they can no longer do what they're doing.
Atlantis 3, Milo's reboot.
I would like them to never touch Atlantis ever again, thank you. Like, it would be nice for the Western, the Western world to actually have an animation industry again, but no. Those are one of those things where, like, it's perfect the way it is, and if you touch it, it's gonna fall apart. No, I don't trust you.
I'm afraid the closest you're getting right now is the, not just a goof documentary about the Goofy movie, where they had 2D animated, like, what's the word? It's not, like, rough sketches, I think it is, rough animation, for certain scenes. Apparently they were going to get fucking Steve Martin to play Goofy.
Okay.
No voice change, just Steve Martin as himself as Goofy.
Huh.
What?
Because Jeffrey Katzenberger. Or Katzenberg, whatever the fuck his name is.
Again, as interesting as, like, a continuation of that shit would be, if they make a new Goofy movie, it's just gonna be Max as an adult, and then we have all these modern... They just throw in all of the modern politics, and it immediately ruins it. No.
Yep.
So, no.
Me over here in the corner vibing with my funky, legally distinct Star Wars vehicles, not having a care in the world.
You don't have to worry about the lawyers. You haven't got a single fucking problem in the world.
Exactly.
But yes, we used to have an animation industry in the West, but it all died because Shrek, actually. Shrek is the reason why we don't have an animation industry anymore. Granted, it was kind of let down by extraordinarily bad decisions on the part of the animation industry. However, Shrek succeeding basically removed all funding that was left, and it died a very unceremonious death.
I think the last 2D animated movie we had, either from Disney or in general, was Princess and the Frog, wasn't it?
Was what?
Princess and the Frog.
I mean, there's that, and there's also, like, Titan AE.
Was Titan AE before or after that?
That was before that. Definitely.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I think Treasure Planet was also pretty light.
That was another horror game, I think.
That was
Fossils. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, no, I mean, no, I mean not just out of Disney. I mean out of literally everyone.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was saying. I thought that
I missed the
Princess and the Frog was the last notable movie we had.
Well, yeah, they had that one, and it was actually, for what it was, pretty good. But again, that went completely out the window. That was your classic, animated, Disney movie, even though, you saw the race pulling card by it being set in the South, but at least it was well done for what it was.
There's still some nitro up here.
You had good animation, you had a competent kids story, you had good musical numbers, you had fucking everything you want out of a Disney movie.
Hey, platform slave.
Huh? Oh wait, no, that's not me. I don't have to worry about that.
You slave peon, elevate me!
I refuse on the grounds of drill. However, if you want me to drill you with these, I can.
Heathen, you shall pay for your insolence! Cast him into the pit!
I can just dig myself out. Your threats have no meaning. I see what makes you cheer.
We'll throw you into the bigger pit!
Roger that. Supplies
I still have my drills. Your threats mean nothing. I see what makes you cheer.
You will run out of gas.
Getting supplies.
You can't dig a pit large enough to hold me.
Oh, hey, we've
dude.
gotten all our stuff.
I will escape.
Yep, I think we're good.
Yep, hit the button. Let's go.
All right,
Yeah.
get going.
inbound. Stand
The big
clear.
red button.
Breaks over, minus.
There we
Swarm
go.
here.
All right.
Oh no!
Oh, where are we?
Anyway,
It's behind us.
Nah, 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 nah.
So I have no idea what Disney's going to do, but they're gonna have to do something because they've decided that, oh, that was a bad idea. But so what are they gonna do? The Cape shit stuff's done. The live action remakes are unceremoniously ended because, yeah, you can't win like that. You have to actually make something people want. I don't think they have an animation department left that isn't 3D, but then, like, what's left? Milking Pixar?
Pixar is busy at the moment making Coco 3. Or 2, excuse me.
Like, they don't
2,
have...
3, all kind of melts together now.
Like, I don't think they have, I don't think they have the, like, anything left to do, like, 2D animation, so it's gotta be 3D. That's the only quick thing they can manage. Because they definitely don't have trained actual animators that aren't using 3D programs. But they could probably try and pull a fast one and use AI. Which no one
They
will
tried that
like.
with a Marvel movie that didn't
Yeah,
go
and then
great.
people find that out and they get fucking
Yep.
touched anymore.
It wouldn't, like, to the behest of literally everyone, that whole Ghibli fad probably didn't go unnoticed.
I see Doretta took the long way around. Wait, no, that's Dolly, not the Doretta. The robots all look the same, I'm sorry.
So more than likely, yeah, no, it'd have to be, they'll probably just change gears to do more 3D animation. What they're going to do then is, really anyone's guess here, because what do they have left? Like, aside from, like, Toy Story, what the fuck do they even have?
We don't talk about the latest Toy Story.
Look, it ended at Toy Story 3.
Aren't they
and no
making
one,
a Toy Story 5?
Yep.
Oh
Yep.
my god.
it ended at 3. It didn't need to go any farther than 2, honestly, but it ended at 3. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see what the Soulless Corporation comes up with next. It's not gonna be a good idea. No, they're far too stupid for that.
Oh yeah, the Lilo and Stitch thing is still coming.
Which will probably bomb as well, because literally no one asked for that, and it didn't need to be actually done. The reason why we like these movies is because they're animated movies from our childhood. Real actors don't make this better. It actually makes it, honestly, worse.
Yeet.
And you're still using CG anyway, so what the fuck is the point? It's not like you made it real.
We gave it the Roger Rabbit treatment, except Roger Rabbit is way better. I feel like Disney tried to recapture the magic of the Chip and Dale movie.
Magical what?
The magic of Roger Rabbit.
I don't think anyone could do that if they tried.
Although, in doing so, they brought the cursed knowledge that the rat and the mouse and the fucking female mouse and the fly got together and had kids. So.
All right, the Rescue Rangers movie.
Yeah.
Oh. Another thing we didn't fucking need.
I mean, it was funny to see, like, Ugly Sonic trying to capitalize on him being Ugly Sonic. That was enjoyable.
What are elimination? I don't think I've ever done one of those before.
Those are hunting dreadnoughts.
Eliminations. Where are those?
Elimination missions. You hunt dreadnoughts, I believe.
Oh, well,
So
elimination.
misremembering.
Abyssal Blade. Let's try. Freshen things up a bit.
Mission selected and locked in. Time to board the drop pod.
Hurry up!
Okay, so I'll
We're
change that.
leaving!
I'm sure this won't go. This will go perfectly
Somebody's
fine.
changing up their stats. Hold on.
Have a
Nick
drink.
says, "Have a drink, everyone."
I need to get more water. But we'll
I
do
got
that
my
after this
drink.
mission.
I didn't
Have
mind.
a drink.
Everybody
drink.
starts drinking.
Hurry up! I'm getting younger, you know!
I ain't getting younger, you know.
Hey, hold on, I want to see that helmet. Interesting. I missed the animated Robin Hood movie. That was that.
That again, that was when we actually had an animation industry that could do things here. Though granted, a lot of, you know, a lot of old animated movies were made in cooperation with Japanese and Korean animation studios, you know, too, so it wasn't really entirely us the entire time, but we've lost our
Somebody
part
drag
entirely.
Sycus in.
But oh, okay. Oh,
Hang
no,
on. What's ironclad? Okay,
And try to make it back with most of your limbs still attached.
There's nitro here.
Okay, I'm gonna have to drag him over there to drag him down here because the Discord window isn't big enough. Hello, Sagas. Welcome back, sir.
Alright, let's see. Which way are we going? First egg is that way. The other egg is right. Alright, boss. Which one do you want us to go towards first?
First, I'm getting rid of all this gold.
I'm helping.
Best bet is
Flip a
to
coin. We'll find out.
fight back at spawn, but do what you want.
Well, which way? Which way are I? This is the first cave I saw, so we're going this way.
Let's go this way.
Okay, so straight ahead, basically.
Alright, let me dig over there. I guarantee it's gonna be faster than walking.
Do
Fat.
not destroy that yet.
I was right, it
The
was
cocoon?
faster than walking. Yeah,
Oh,
destroying that,
well,
someone's the boss.
That was my niece.
What do you mean that was your niece?
My knees.
Wow. I was gonna say, your niece is a glyphid?
No, I think good.
To be fair, the Robin Hood
Right
animated
now,
film was
considering
full of
what
reused
happened
animation
earlier.
from the Jungle Book.
Elf Glyphid's going
I mean,
all over
yeah,
him.
that's how we got a lot of animation done back then.
It's
was-
still a good movie.
Yeah. Oh, mummy. God, fucking.
I wouldn't even care if they used child slave language to
which
draw
way?
every damn picture. It was a good movie.
Yeah, that's the old.
Steve keeps getting in the way.
That's that's the old smoking like a chimney white man's bird way of going about the situation. I don't care if they use slave labor to produce it. It was a damn good show. Unfortunately, today with slave labor, we don't even really get that good of a show out of it. Slave labor isn't what it used to be, I say.
I'm not gonna touch that one. I'm just
Oh,
gonna...
come on!
Look, I'm listening.
No.
I'm
It
talking.
is so
I'm
damn
talking
fun.
about Asians in a sweatshop animating things. God damn it! Come on.
For everyone!
I'm still electing not to touch that. I like my hands clean.
To be fair, the Robin Hood animated film was full of reused animation from the Jungle Book. Really?
Yes.
Yeah, there was,
If you
and
look
the,
at
Aristocrat.
Little John, if you look at Little John, he reuses a lot of animation from fuck, what was the bear's name in Jungle Book? I'm trying to remember.
Mowgli?
Blue.
Mowgli, thank you.
Or
No,
Baloo.
Mowgli was
Bear.
blue.
The bear was blue.
Blue, thank you. Yeah, Mowgli was
Baloo.
a human.
Right. Okay. Right.
Baloo. Yeah, if you look at some of the animations, like his body shape is the same. They just changed the color.
Interesting. Sometimes you do it on the cheap.
Yeah, there was
don't
crossover there
remember
between
who
Jungle
else.
Book, Robin Hood, and Aristocats.
Fucking aristocrats.
I don't remember. Yeah, the
We're
Aristocats. I don't remember what other frames they used, but I know Baloo specifically was a reuse.
Yes, you're rich. Kindly get a move.
We're rich.
Is that a friendly
Things I
or-
never would have. Things I never would have put together as a child. It's been years since I've seen any of those movies. The two recent movies that I went back to watch from my youth were one, the Digimon movie, because sometimes we just have to go back. Sometimes we just have to go back to that fucking stupid mess of thing. Good lord. That's our childhood, but Jesus fucking Christ, Digimon is a mess.
I think I watched Digimon like once, like the entire series.
I funnily enough remember most of the first season of Digimon up to literally Obi-Wan Kenobi. I mean, it's still fucking wild to me that. Oh, you don't know about Jedi? Do you not remember Jedi? Do you not remember literally just Obi-Wan Kenobi being in Digimon and just played straight?
I don't feel like I do.
Holy sweet Jesus. Yeah, go watch season 1 of Digimon. Holy, it is a fucking thing.
Alright,
You know what I do remember
season
though?
1 and most of the season.
Yeah,
I remember
what do you
Wizardmon.
Oh, they're all fucking.
I remember Wizardmon.
They are all whacked the fuck out in their own ways. Like that's one thing you got to give the originality of all the Digimon seasons. They're all really original in their own crazy ass ways.
Hell over there.
The one I remember watching a lot of, I think was my first. No, not my first one. I watched the original Digimon. I forget what it was. Digimon like Q or something like that. Whichever one had the fusions in it.
It's probably one of the later ones. I don't remember.
That was later, yeah.
After the one with the card game?
No, you could. The protagonist could feud Digimon together.
I think that was season 3, and that's where all the Renamon porn comes from.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't that one.
Yeah.
That's conveniently where my comprehension of the entire series just stops, because I don't really vividly remember anything past season 3. But yeah, no, we all remember that.
I stopped watching after Ty and Matt.
I'm gonna be real, I don't understand the appeal for Renamon.
Here we go.
And I say this as a person into Fox girls, I don't get the appeal.
Furry fox girl. This was like Kix. You gotta think small here. This is the vast majority of our generation's first interaction with attractive fox woman.
I mean, Angel Woman is right there.
That is also true. Real patricians remember that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Fucking.
You want to crack open the cocoon?
That was also like that was also.
Shouldn't we all be there?
Already did.
That was also one of the biggest. That was also one of the biggest flashbangs because it also came out of nowhere because it's one of those. This Digimon looks nothing like this. Holy fuck! What?
Alright, we gotta kill the minions first.
Oh right.
Find the minions.
Yeah, it's a summoner. You gotta kill the Praetorians and then you can kill it.
But, there is that, and the other childhood movie that I went back to watch was fucking Little Nemo in Slumberland, which is just like this obscure shit I only know about.
You said Little Nemo,
I was like,
and then the Slumberland
it's
bit.
like a very faint memory.
Yeah, it's a very faint memory. I went back and watched it, and I found that while reviewing the whole film, I actually misremembered it as 3 different movies.
That's interesting.
Each of the major beats of the story, I remembered as a different movie for some bizarre reason, and they all kind of went, wait, these were all the same thing. Like, Nemo in the flying bed, King Morpheus on a train set, the fucking door, dear God, the door.
If we're just bringing up old movies we all remember, can I bring up Bedknobs and Broomsticks?
Oh, that's a great one.
Is that a game?
I don't remember. I have no recollection of this.
One of the pretty good.
See,
Disney
my
live-action
childhood
ones.
was funny. One of the first movies I remember being shown was Jurassic Park.
I mean, that's
when I was like 3.
Wow, that's jumping into the deep end there for a 3-year-old.
Martin's right. He's got the basic. Gist of it.
Yeah, and you want to know the other movie I remember?
With magic.
Around the same time?
What?
Cars.
Huh.
The most watched movies I had as a kid was Jurassic Park and Cars.
Wow.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh, Kix is young.
You're late to the party here.
Which part?
Life.
I mean, I knew that.
Our childhood.
That's one down.
Well, for me, my childhood was ending at around the time Cars existed, so we have all the obscure shit that I vaguely remember. Something I went and I found and I haven't rewatched yet is Page Master. I know what I'm gonna.
Shit,
I know what I'm gonna find there, but I haven't
shit.
rewatched it yet.
It's been a while since.
Does everyone?
I think about it every so often.
One of these days, I'm gonna be prepared or have enough alcohol present to relive Macaulay Culkin falls down a flight of stairs and gets a massive injury.
Crispy.
Oh right.
Was the labyrinth
still
a
have one
Disney
more.
movie?
I don't think so.
No, I don't.
Which labyrinth?
David Bowie's Labyrinth.
Yeah, David Bowie's Labyrinth.
Oh,
That was another very strange one that Spartan brought up, and we decided to watch just for the sake of it. It's David Bowie.
how many fucking what's the word? Rock operas are there?
Dark Crystal's better.
I think 2 or 3.
Right, there's that. Also, no, and also I remember.
Yeah, there's that one.
Also, I remembered
yeah.
the other one that I remembered on a whim and picked up alongside Page Master, Rock-a-Doodle.
Oh no!
No.
Stop! Do not do that to
I
me,
went
dude,
digging.
please.
I went digging, sir, and it's just I'm digging into my own psyche, and I'm remembering these VHS tapes one by one. I'm remembering.
Okay, well, here's a movie I remember. I think it was the only movie I remember distinctly getting for Best Buy, or not Best Buy. God, what was the name of it?
I would video
Black
Blockbuster.
Cauldron?
Black Cauldron. Holy shit! Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Wait.
Bring back
I think it
Fraggle
was-
Rock.
I think it was made by the same guy who did.
Like I want to remember Black Cauldron, but it's like
Blockbusters, that's what it
it's whatchamacallit, it's blurring together with Sword in the Stone. I can't tell them apart.
Well, one
yeah,
came a
no,
lot
the
later.
next movie I
Yes,
remember from
I know they're two different
Blockbuster
movies,
was,
but I can't call up the correct memories.
Was Lord Arthur and the Quest for Camelot.
Yeah, Quest for Camelot.
Yes, unfortunately, I wasn't drunk enough to sit there and relive those memories. Wasn't drunk enough to go that deep, but I still marvel at the fact that the Angela
I am out of
Anaconda
ammo.
skit at the beginning of the Digimon movie is preserved. Of
I've
all
already called down a.
of
supply.
all things. Of all things, somehow, Angela Anaconda is preserved as part of the fucking Digimon movie because of the opening skit. I can't, I'm still not sure how to process that one. That's just kind of going back in time and going back to your childhood and looking over and seeing someone you didn't expect and going, oh, you're here too, huh? Okay,
Can't believe we had another
now how about the weird Titanic animated movies from the late 90s?
Good work, miners.
What? Oh no. Well, actually, no, wait, no.
I don't remember that.
I don't remember those, but what I remember is the episode of fucking Carmen Sandiego where they race the Titanic, or what? That's the plot of the episode. That I remember. That's the memory that sprung up.
So I remember the
No, what that made me
Speaking of
think of
brain,
was the freaking
crazy though.
Godzilla animated series.
Oh dear God.
Oh jeez.
I remember picking their brains when they raised the Titanic.
Now I remember Big Eye and Rusty. All right, we're just fucking ricocheting memories around like a pinball machine here.
90s cartoons.
And Men in Black the cartoon, which was actually fucking good.
Oh, that one's actually good.
Hell yeah.
That's not a questionable thing to remember. It's just wow, that was actually really neat.
The Ghostbusters cartoon was good, both the extreme and the original.
I got the deposit. Found some cropper.
All right, so where are we going here?
I don't know.
We're just
Trying
going
to
down
find
an
the other dreadnought.
We're going down an endless
And we
pit
still
here,
need to find
remembering
more fossils.
obscure and slightly forgotten 90s cartoons.
But they're good.
They are
Is
good.
Rocco's Modern Life obscure at this point?
Yes, actually, I think that qualifies.
Maybe a little.
Well, fuck, man. Cat Dog is fucking, like, qualifies as
Holy shit.
obscure as
Oh
now.
my god.
Oh no.
Like, people remember
Angry
Angry... Yeah, I was about to say, people remember Angry Beavers, but Cat Dog's a lot harder to remember.
I didn't have cable back then.
Like, shit, that qualifies as obscure now, man.
Well done. Secondary objective completed.
Absolutely nobody remembers this shit. Except us.
Yeah, Kale, that's what I was talking about, the Godzilla cartoon based on the movie that came out around then.
Yes, it was so bad that the Japanese studio bought back the Godzilla rights.
Oops. Actually, I think I found the thing. Actually, no, somebody's already standing up there. Uh-oh.
Explosives!
That landed directly on your head. I'm sorry. I didn't see you down there.
Oh, buddy found the cocoon.
Yep, it's up there.
Actually, look at your map.
And we have all the fossils. Okay, now I gotta find out how to get over there.
So what the fuck else is there? I'm like, all right, I'm cycling through. Well, now,
Jet boots.
then we just get to the usual shit everybody remembers, like fucking card captors and Yu-Gi-Oh and
Escaflowne.
shit, man.
Nobody
Somebody
remembers that.
somebody else sat through that aside from me.
I never actually saw a single episode of that. I just remember seeing all the commercials.
Escaflowne's Kino.
I mean, it is, but it is basically fucking mecha anime for girls, which is fine, but yeah, that's what it is. It really is just Inuyasha, but mecha anime, which is good in its own right, but that's what it is.
Still better than a lot of Gundam.
Well, this is true, because a lot of Gundam can be retarded.
Okay, I'm gonna throw this one out here. Reboot.
Yeah,
No,
yes,
no.
yes,
Sir,
yes, yes.
No.
Sir, what do you mean a computer doesn't work like that? What do you mean every time I start? What do you mean I don't genocide people the moment I start up a video game every single time? That is such a weird fucking show.
Zoids.
Well, that's easy to remember.
Yeah, that's easy.
Robotech.
Oh,
You can't say the fucking R word, Gray Man. That's illegal. You can't say the R word.
Also, there's another 3D cartoon that was very similar to Reboot. It was like a planet eater thing. I forgot what it was called. There was different planets. One's like a water planet only, desert planet.
The weird and wonderful world of Canadian animation.
I'm thinking about other 3D animation kind of around that period. I think of Beast Wars.
Yeah, no, that's the other immediate
Beast Wars
one.
was good too, yep.
Then there was also that Starship Troopers like 3D series that was like
Roughnecks.
yeah, a very brief glimmer somewhere. I saw it while watching TV, but I don't remember where.
You can literally see the graphics getting better as the season progressed. I had the whole DVD set. It was amazing.
Yeah, but all of this shit, honestly, Reboot, like, the thing that sticks out is the third season of Reboot, where shit got really fucking crazy. Really fucking dark and really fucking crazy, and we just started making shit up about the internet.
I'm down.
Wow, oh wow, Jesus fucking Christ. Medic to the sand!
Is that another C4?
It exploded violently, so I'm gonna say yes. Kicks!
Next. You're not talking.
It's off the time.
Guilt!
I'm not talking because it's my time to not talk.
Silence! Damning! I could say it all you want. You shouldn't, because every time you say the R word, Harmony Gold gets to survive another week.
Got one.
That thing got
two.
Down back.
Whoa!
Where's the other one?
It just kind of appeared out of nowhere.
Oh,
I think
there
they're
he
both dead.
is. Oh my Jesus! Everything is on fire.
Okay, we're good. Ow! No, we're not good. Thank you.
That's how you do it. Drop pod is on the way.
Please realize if you have the volatile trait on your C4, anybody can shoot it.
What else? What other weird shit? I could always use more things to go back and fucking watch drunk when things are better.
Beast Wars, Beast Machines, Max Steel.
Action Man. Amp it up!
Action Man.
It up! It up! Jesus fucking Christ, that lives rent-free somewhere in my head.
Oh, Cubics.
Oh god.
Departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
This Gundam tastes funny. That's all I remember about Cubics.
All right, so my
There's-
dad had like a VHS of all the old cartoons while recording it. The GoBots.
Sounds vaguely familiar, but now after bringing up Cubics, I just immediately remember the SD Gundam anime, which was goofy. But it's just kind of in
That
this.
was the second Gundam I ever watched.
That was like that, but that is like fucking like on the alignment chart. That is right next to Cubics. It is basically the same show.
It was silly and
Zaku
the one I
Zaku
watched before
Hour.
that was G Gundam. Yes, Zaku Zaku Hour.
All right, now we're closing in on Toonami and Adult Swim, which one of the things that I have to go back, like I have a vague memory of because I was there for the start of Adult Swim. Of all the things that I don't, things that I have memory, because we had like Cowboy Bebop and Trigun and 0083 A Stardust Memory and 0080.
Outlaw Star.
Yes,
Outlaw
also,
Star.
yes, Outlaw Star. But
That's
you know,
one-
you know what's
what was it? Blue Gender?
Yes, I'm rewatching that as we speak. But no, the one thing that I do remember that I have absolutely no memory of actually in detail is Pilot Candidate.
What about Blue Sub 6?
Well, fuck, everybody remembers that. That's part of the fucking goddamn. It's like that was like the golden age of Toonami music videos, man.
What about the Street Sharks show?
That I remember mostly people making jokes out of. Pat Labor. We already watched all the Pat Labor movies. They're all good, even if no one
Alright.
likes 3.
All right, so I found the name that I was thinking about. It's called Shadow Raiders War Planets.
Don't think I've ever heard it.
I remember because there's a giant toy that basically eats planets. It's a gigantic planet killer.
Darkness is
Huh.
our friend.
I need a bathroom.
Right, okay. What else?
I think, man, these member berries are very, very tasty tonight.
Remember Stickly?
What's that one Gundam with the flying surfboards? Eureka 7.
That show was not good.
It's not good, but it kind of had a groove to it. Like I kind of followed the whole surfer thing that they were doing, but it was
The
also
ending
not
was
good.
but most of the show was not.
Fucking
I'd
sentient,
say like the last 10 episodes.
sentient hurricanes. That's what I remember most about that shit. Sentient hurricanes.
I needed that.
That show was goofy and like for the most part, as a mecha anime show, it was well done. The story's fucking all over the place though. Great
That also
waifus
wasn't
though.
really 90s.
That wasn't 90s at all. Yes, that was like mid 2000s.
So I gotta admit, there was one show that I thought it was Starship Troopers, but it was Power Rangers because they use the same armor.
Oh right, yeah, that
Leaderboards?
fuck no, the fucking Lost in Space, where I totally forgot. I fucking totally forgot that they used the Starship Troopers armor because everyone was apparently doing that. I remember Lost in Space vividly, but I forget. I watched the somebody posted the intro on Twitter. I'm like, wait, why are they wearing? I don't remember that. Who deleted my memories? I would remember something like this.
I remember seeing it like, oh no, more Starship Troopers, and then wait a minute, what?
In Space is cool.
What's going on here?
In Space was fucking super rad. The fucking like the in space Megazords live rent free in my brain. That's another weird ass time where there's a lot of originality, but it was just kind of going fucking everywhere. And granted, we were stupid kids. We would be entertained by literally anything. But like critically speaking, a lot of this was actually pretty good or better than we would have took it for. Like with adult eyes. But yeah, literally every Power Ranger series.
I'm not sure it's because they're not taking it seriously, or they kind of take it seriously enough. I don't know. I can't.
They're not trying. Rival presence. Point extraction. Titanic Trich. Try that. But the thing is, they're not trying to be like new and original in a good way.
Okay, I'm back.
What they're trying to do is they're forcing like political angles into literally everything and thinking that this is good when they're not.
Yeah.
They're not. They're
Remember
not.
Tailspin?
The only political angle of that one is furries. That's the only political angle of shit like that. It's not the only one, but that's it. And yes, our Lord and Savior Megas XLR that we still can't technically view properly unless you pirate it. The entirety
I just remembered Angela Anaconda, that like cutout show.
Yeah, no, like I said, like you weren't here for this one, but Angela Anaconda is preserved due to the opening skit in the Digimon movie, which is the weirdest fucking thing to encounter when you boot that up. Pirates of Dark One. I remember that.
Is that how like Night of Olympus is in the Matrix?
How can I forget gargoyles? Oh man.
Yeah, gargoyles.
Yeah, gargoyles.
Once again, we used to have an animation industry.
Real monsters.
I couldn't really figure out how to interpret that show as a child. That's one of those ones where I have to go back and, like, I'd have to watch that to figure out how I feel about it. Because I always be, like, I couldn't never really figure out if I liked that show or not. But I remember it, and I probably appreciate a lot more of the grim aspects of it.
I am already down.
I point and
The drill landed on you.
Just my luck, huh?
SWAT cats.
That was one
yes.
cartoon where like it was my first like
SWAT
female
cats.
cosplay.
Yeah.
That's more furry propaganda, but fuck you. It's fucking. It's two cool dudes in a tomcat saving a city every week. It
There's
did
like a Kickstarter or something to reboot it a decade ago, the original creators, but it didn't pan out.
Damn. But yeah, that's more furry propaganda, but god damn, it's two cool dudes in a tomcat saving a city.
Well, it's not even Tomcat.
I thought I remember a old cartoon, Pizza Ninja Cats.
That's a very old one. I know about that one, but I never saw it as a child.
I remember like using a giant revolver to shoot the cats with people.
That's one of those Americanized anime things that I learned about later in life, but never saw. That's an old
Are
one.
you saying about a revolver and cats? What?
Like one of like ways they can like shoot their heroes to like the crisis there is a giant revolver.
And then they're like bringing up, by extension, bringing up SWAT cats always makes me remember the New Adventures of Johnny Quest, because that was just right next to that shit on the time slot. Which, I'm sorry, we can't really appreciate Johnny Quest anymore because Venture Brothers has made it all a fucking joke. You literally can't take any of that shit at face value seriously anymore because Venture Brothers made it too much of a joke. They gaslit literally everything about it.
Well, and if it wasn't Venture Brothers, it was Harvey Birdman.
People took Doctor Strange seriously, and Venture Brothers made a joke of that.
Fucking Space Ghost. Though I never, though, well, we were too young for that shit.
Yeah. And it just made me sad because I remembered George Lowe recently died.
Yeah, I heard that one too. Yeah, but we were too young to actually enjoy that. But it had half decent gags as a talk show. But it was one of those weird, why the fuck would you do this? What am I watching? Sort of situations.
Yeah.
We were too young for this.
Then they had the Brack show.
I love the Brack show. Thundercleese.
Okay, the shit William Street did when they were fucking given access to the Hanna-Barbera fucking vaults was pretty good.
Disgustingly cute, isn't it? Sometimes I question these events. Oh well.
Always appreciated Zorak.
Performance point bonus activated.
Like, that shit and fucking the schizo adventure that is C-Lab 2021.
Hell yes.
Which is just the most mystifying, silly, stupid fucking thing to watch, but it's just funny for random bullshit folly.
When the vending machine fell on him and a scorpion stung him.
Whatchamacallit, I remember the episode that I remember the most is when, what's his fucking name? The radio operator. I cannot remember the characters' names for the life of me. But, like, I think it was, like, at the end of one of the early seasons, like, yeah, whatchamacallit, like, the finale episode where he just kills everyone and he's listening to what, like, he's fucking, like, hitting up painkillers and listening to an imaginary god in his fucking head. But this is, of course, one of
the mustache on or off?
Like the last words of the episode is he's just popping painkillers, and he's just like his words are, "You're the coolest fucking god ever, man." Well, the funny thing is, like, that saved a bunch of mediocre cartoons that no one remembers, even though C-Lab, the creators of C-Lab fucking hated 2021.
Found a golden loot bug over here.
Unfortunately, while that cartoon was good for what it was, the problem is that, yeah, no, it wasn't good enough to be remembered, and it's kind of, well, they took it as an insult that somebody tore it apart and made it a schizo rambling. Also, the thing I remember most about whatchamacallit, about Space Ghost Coast to Coast is one scene where Space Ghost and Moltar get into a fight, and someone immortalized the image of them just kind of like with their heads down punching each other, and with the caption "Internet Fight."
Find my back.
And 10 more eggs and 1 more octopus.
Well, yes, also, right, Stranger, I have all of Megas XLR, it's just that Season 2 was never properly released to DVD, and so no one actually has it, unless you have a straight rip from, television broadcast. Excuse me. And this has never been seen to or corrected by Time Warner, which is incredibly annoying, and even the creators are rather fucking annoyed at the state of affairs. But, well, unfortunately, those people made a lot of enemies, from what I hear. They worked at MTV, hated every single second of it, to the point where they made it a gag to destroy a not MTV billboard every single fucking episode. Pop TV. But unfortunately, wonderful things like that were not properly preserved. Well, in full glory, you can still watch it, though, if you look around. You just can't do it legally, because, of course, the people that aren't, working for any of these people would do these things.
They do it for free?
They do it for free out of the love, which is something the corporations don't have.
Love is a foreign concept to the corp.
Why would you preserve this? It didn't really make us money, they say, as they lose out on money for not properly preserving things that have an audience.
Wild thornberries.
Of the billions of the giant mass of cartoons that were just kind of on all the time, seemingly.
Rocket Power.
Fucking Tim Curry was in that.
Fucking Rocket Power.
Is that the weird skateboarding cartoon?
Yes.
Yeah. Skateboarding, surfing, hockey.
Okay, what else is
Oh my god. That remind me, the cartoon Mighty Ducks.
Mighty Ducks. I was just thinking about that yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Mighty Ducks, and there's fucking Darkwing Duck in general, by
Hell
extension.
yeah.
And then, whatchamacallit, while we were talking about, like, not actual, bringing up, wild thornberries and making me... Bringing up wild thornberries and making me remember all the shit on Nickelodeon, I just remembered fucking all that, and then also going way the fuck back, Pete and Pete.
Fucking Pete and Pete.
Just chilling back there. No one remembers that shit, but...
Oh, I'll raise you, Goon. Salute your shorts.
I want to say I remember that, but I don't.
It was the weird summer camp show.
What's this thing over here?
No, there's that, and there's Doug, but everybody remembers Doug. It's too much of a meme to have died.
Something to use for the,
There's crates over here. And one of those Cursite whatevers.
What else?
Event mission.
What other horribly obscure shit?
As told by Ginger.
Yeah.
Clarissa explains it all.
Yep.
The Sabrina the Teenage Witch TV show.
There are several of those. Time Squad was also a very good one that just did never. Good show.
I love Time Squad. That was great.
Good show. Did not get a continuation for no apparent good reason.
Oh, we still haven't mentioned the best anime ever made. Also,
What?
Jackie Chan Adventures.
Jackie Chan Adventures.
That was before he went full commie.
A show that really had no right to be as good as it was, actually.
One more thing.
I mean, it's rather fucking silly, but it actually was a good show.
It was really good.
Yeah. Okay, these are the ones that we have to.
Yes, the rock. Use the pickaxe.
Payday, lads.
Which is better than
Oh, cool, we're
shit
done.
that's obscure and no one remembers and wasn't actually any good, like Robot Jones. Nobody remembers that shit. It wasn't actually any good either.
I remember it, but it was.
I don't remember what was good about it at all that would justify it existing.
Okay, Sheep in the Big City.
Jesus fucking Courage the Cowardly Dog, but that's way easier to
Well, no,
remember than
that's,
Sheep.
that's one that's loved
That is
and remembered.
Kino.
Yeah, no, but that's what like those two right next to each other. I feel like is the same thing. But Sheep in the Big City is way harder to remember than Courage.
Anyway, I was thinking about back along the Disney ABC line when Doug got mentioned. I was thinking about Pepper Ann and
Oh, fucking Pepper Ann, yeah.
Bump in the Night. That was like claymation.
Holy shit! I have like that's one of my oldest memories is going to my grandma's house and watching Bump in the Night.
I want to say I remember that, but it's like a memory that's buried so deep it doesn't have a face. This sounds familiar to me. I know I was there, but it's the memory's too deep.
Shall I launch?
Oh yeah,
Dug too deep.
good one, Kale. Recess.
Mm-hmm.
Weekenders.
Weekend.
Yeah.
Kids Next Door and that completely amazing out-of-pocket movie where they fucking shot-for-shot remake the Animatrix out of nowhere.
Mine had launched. We're picking up heavy activity in your vicinity, so hold the line until they
Look, why are you down?
Cow and chicken.
Oh god. Ren and Stimpy 2.0.
And it's related. I Am Weasel. Oh, Two Stupid Dogs.
Jesus fucking Christ almighty. We're going down a tunnel here.
Yeah, we started on the tunnel way back.
Yeah, we're going down a tunnel here. It's like playing Deep Galactic. It's like playing Deep Rock Galactic. You're going down a tunnel, you're digging a hole, and there's gems lining the walls. We keep finding new ones.
We're rich.
We're rich.
We're rich.
Secret Squirrel. M for monkey, even though that wasn't its own show.
That was just part of Dexter's Lab.
Already said cat dog.
Ready to kill some more crates.
Mike Luanog.
Jesus fucking Christ almighty, that's another weird one. That's like right next to Robot Jones. And like who the fuck remembers that shit? It was there, but what was good about it?
The Goosebumps TV show.
I want to
That's
see.
not animated, but it was. I watched.
We
it.
were
It was
talking
good.
about Clarissa and shit.
Actually, shit. No, I had VHSs of that. Fuck. I had 1 or 2 episodes of that on VHS. Shit.
Alright, so I didn't have cable, so the only cartoon I remember very fondly is Arthur.
Was what?
Arthur. Yeah. Well,
First one was good
a
too.
lot of people remember Arthur.
Oh, I got it. Mummy's alive.
Hey,
Mummy's alive.
Hey Arnold.
Goon already mentioned Kermit. Yeah. Hey Arnold, yes. Going down the ABC route. Freaking what is it, Liberty's Kids?
No. Don't remember.
The ride home is on the way. Drop pod inbound.
I am out of ammo.
There is 2 more pods left.
Yo, going through this and just remembering everything on multiple networks, wow, shit, there actually did, unironically, used to be a whole lot more better shit out there to watch as a kid. 'Cause man, all they got now is garbage.
These things weren't bad enough alive.
Oh, the Garfield animated series.
Dave the Barbarian, you're thinking of, Hune.
Dave the Barbarian, yeah.
Dave the Barbarian, thinking quickly, fashioning a megaphone out of a squirrel, a bit of string, and a megaphone. One of those just solid gold, the most amazing lines written in comedy, just out of nowhere. It's not even, like, it's just one of those things that it's just part of the episode, but damn, this is fucking memorable. Sometimes you just hit it on the head so hard, it's memorable for all time. But yeah, now we're flying between, like, Kids WB, Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, the Disney Channel, all over the fucking map here.
Well, we haven't listed any of the Cape stuff at all.
Because we don't really need to, because all that shit's remembered.
Really need it.
It's like saying like, oh, remember Powerpuff Girls and Johnny Bravo and Samurai Jack?
Okay,
yes,
well,
everyone remembers that.
Does anybody really remember Zeta Project?
No.
No.
Because that was C.
I have something to go right along with Goosebumps.
We already said that, yes.
Are you afraid of the dark?
That did not get said. Oh god, good god.
Zeta was a spin-off from Batman Beyond.
Fucking Batman Beyond. Still the most banger fucking opening of any Cape shit show.
Oh my god, yeah.
Alright, that's it for me.
Alright, and yeah, it's getting late. It's about 10 o'clock, so gentlemen, do we want to do one more before we call it a night?
Yeah, one more.
One more. Alright, what do we want? Well, you know what? Never mind. It's Easter. Egg.
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 Mission locked in. Powering up the drop pod.
Closest I'll get is Kim Possible. That too, but that's more of an easier to remember one because people are still drawing Shigo porn. People are still fucking doing it. I know you're out there, you son of a bitch.
Okay.
You just trip over it.
The busy world of Richard Scarry.
I want to say
Zone.
Chalk Zone. I've just been like, I feel like I've been punched and I can't quite comprehend what I've been punched with. I know these things. Future is wild. I want to say I knew that.
Early Fox and WB stuff. Space Goofs.
Fucking
Detention.
Fox Kids too. Yeah.
Oh, there's that one where the girl turned into
Bobby's
a puddle.
World. That's probably me dating myself. Fucking Bobby's World.
The Secret World of Alex Mack.
Egg collection time, team.
This is probably a given, but like 90s X-Men and 90s Spider-Man.
Well, yes, obviously.
Yeah, but we were specifically omitting apparently the Cape stuff. Spider-Man, X-Men.
Everyone remembers
Batman
these,
the animated series,
which is
Superman.
fucking Batman the animated series is fucking Emmy winning. Nobody needs to remember that one. That one's got enough love. That was good. It's still good. The end. Shigo is my favorite Gothis bad girl. Yes, everyone has their own Monster Energy woman.
I'm feeling my part.
Haha, evil green woman.
These platforms are how we can expose the Omen's weak points.
I'm trying to think. We need to dig deeper here. What else have we missed? What else haven't we mentioned?
Go lie down forever.
Now we're mentioning things that is not popular, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we're trying to be more obscure here. We're trying to go for shit only we remember.
Brace, brace.
Also, mine is like JetX days.
JetX.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one that I remember. I can't remember if it's the exact name of it, but Captain Jack. There's some obscure cartoon on Fox Kids.
Uh-huh.
don't think I ever saw a single like full episode of it. I just remember seeing those red. He had some kind of talking rat companion.
You guys pretty much got everything that I was watching.
Redo Stranger. We already mentioned reboot, and then upon you saying that, I remember the Doom episode. Fucking hell, that show. I'm dead before dawn. I'm dead before dawn. It's Doom and fucking Evil Dead at the same time.
Need someone to make a platform to get that bolo cap.
Historia. No memory. Complete blank.
Hysteria. Yeah.
Oh.
I remember that one. That was a good one. Pinky in the Brain, Animaniacs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I feel like I'm just gonna go through a list of all of these major fucking, like, network blocks and just looking at the list of everything that was ever broadcast ever. Try to find out where the blank spots are in my memory and just shit I know is there and figure out if there's anything missing. Because, like most kids of my generation, we just kind of came home from school and we watched whatever the fuck was on.
Oh, there's another cap over there. Yeah. Need engineers over here to make caps so we can, or platforms so we can get those caps and stuff.
What's that other plastic crack company next to Lego?
Oh, I'm dead.
Mega Blocks?
Mega Blocks? The one that Bionicle.
Help! I splattered on the ground.
Which, yeah, that qualifies because Bionicle did in fact get a movie.
Yeah, they got a couple of movies.
I remember fiddling around with the discs that came with some of the actual models.
I owe you one, brother. Skull Crusher. Oh, I'm out of here.
Ooh, gold.
I die a little inside every time I have.
Because as I remember, the Bionicle movies were kind of just okay.
They could have done so much better.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose so, but I haven't seen them in years, so I can't like accurately judge what they are now.
Move your tin ass over here and hurry, please.
And
Music
Over here.
huh. Well, the only other one I personally remember is Centurions, but that's not really all that obscure. That was just some shit that was reeling around on Boomerang. Which I liked because it was just kind of cool.
Something I remember seeing commercials for was a Highlander cartoon.
I want to say,
That does sound familiar.
I want to say I remember that. I don't remember anything about it, though. Made a 10-hour long thing explaining everything about Bionic. I'm not surprised. Because Bionicle was fucking cool. I mean, the lore itself was just kind of goofy and kind of hard to follow, but the fucking toys were cool. They need no explanation, they're just cool.
Lock and loaded.
That was it.
Over to finally like named everything.
I think I'm mentally out of ammo. I'd have to go look and actually see if I could remember by name. I need a list now.
The one that comes to mind is like the old Speed Racer cartoons.
Oh right, the reboot they did.
Oh yeah, Speed Racer X.
No, like the OG original.
Oh, the OG one was, well, it came out in 60.
Well, yes, but that was like that came over at the same time fucking Star Blazers came over. We all knew about that shit. Yeah, because now my brain is like, I think I've reached the end of everything on like on file in the immediate vicinity, and now my mind is just kind of turning to that time where I just kind of wandered off of cartoons and found my way onto tech TV and started watching Anime Unleashed, and then, you know, X-Play enters the picture there.
X-Help.
Obscure shit on Anime Unleashed. And, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb when they had a sense of humor.
I mean, there's one show we haven't mentioned.
One.
Donkey Kong.
Oh yeah!
God,
I
right.
remember that.
That is a show. Fuck.
Yep, that's a show of all time.
Yes, that is a show of all. Oh, good lord! Cutting edge computer graphics. And yes, Ed, and Eddie is mainstream and had a proper fucking ending, so no one needs to be talking about that. One of the rare cartoons that actually got a proper ending.
Okay, we need 2 more.
Inspector Gadget.
Inspector Gadget.
Johnny Bravo.
That one's not really obscure. I mean,
Gadget,
you mentioned that one in the same breath as Powerpuff Girls, and everyone.
Yeah, fucking Inspector Gadget. Now I remember from Inspector Gadget is the fucking is whatchamacallit is the villain from the cartoon. What the fuck was his name? Dr. Claw. I'll get you next time.
I'll get you next time, Gadget.
It's just a delivery that.
Gadget.
There.
There
so
we go.
You found the tone.
You nailed it.
You need to go even deeper into the deep throat in order to get that. It's just like a goofy, fucking memorable delivery that you can't forget it. Then there's also the theme song. Now I'm remembering the theme song. Anthony.
I don't know if we said this, but Generator Rex.
Didn't get mentioned, but I thought about it for a brief second, and I didn't see anything. I don't think I ever, watched a single episode of...
His brother is a whiz. Oh god, now. Stranger, you just... I don't know what about... What... Fucking... I don't know what about saying whiz. I think Wix. That was the thing you remembered. I remembered, and my mind immediately jumped to Totally Spies, and oh god, no, please, no. Oh god, no, please. Ah! Not the girl cartoons. Anything but the girl cartoons.
That just makes me think of Code Lyoko.
That's one that gets memed around a lot, but, well, me, having to sit there. I don't want to watch girl cartoons. However, I am better for watching Sailor Moon because it was, in the Toonami block, because that introduced us to wonderful things like Sailor Jupiter in general, Sailor Mercury. Wonderful time!
There's some pretty good girls' cartoons if we're going anime.
This is true, yes.
Like Rose of Versailles and Utena.
Alright, we ready for an omen?
I think so.
One more mushroom.
It's gonna suck.
Well done.
So,
Found it.
put some platforms up so we don't get
I found some gold, though.
don't get hit.
Totally Spies, the show where every episode is a fetish. Yes, the writer's thinly disguised fetish.
Hang in there. Supplies are on the way.
And then one more.
Because we were all sitting there, we were all watching TV, we saw these things whether or not we
I
wanted
did it
to.
again!
Did you start the extraction instead of pressing something? Yes, you did.
Why did you press the big red button?
I thought I was filling the mule.
Oh my god!
Oh well, we
How
got
many times do we get this wrong?
we got the eggs.
Every
Let's go.
time.
Alright.
We've run out of obscure
time.
cartoons that only we remember anyway.
Drop pod departing in
We got 4 minutes. Go.
We would actually have to go dig. The
You're
Jumanji
too busy
cartoon.
being stupid boomers.
The Jumanji
there's-
cartoon.
So there's one anime I saw when I was a kid,
Damn.
only because of Chinese bootleg. The anime was called Legends of Heavenly Sphere.
Name sounds
Rock
familiar.
It's basically kind of a Hindu mythology. They wear some kind of like lion-based armor.
Oh dear God.
The mule is secured.
Huh. I just think of that, and I think of like the 3 episodes of Ronin Warriors I caught while it was airing on Toonami.
Oh, that's something I forgot about.
Oh yeah, Road Warriors.
It was cool. It's just that it was Americanized as fuck.
You
BattleTech
mentioned
season.
Sailor Moon, and I was thinking about Tenchi Muyo.
Now we're all sharing brain cells. Ah, yes, everyone's first harem anime. Seen before we even knew what a harem anime was.
Uh-huh.
We're missing. Oh, T-Dog's dead.
Yes, all of us young, bright-eyed men were just sitting there going, why does this guy have so many women around him?
Biker mice from Mars.
Fuck. Well, I just got myself killed trying to help Dog.
And yes, BattleTech Season 1, even though no one saw that shit while it was airing. The goofiest,
Yeah,
the
left behind. Let's go.
goofiest forgettable cartoon.
Booking it.
Are we abandoning ship? We're abandoning ship.
No.
Abandon ship.
No.
I'm here.
Get in. Yay.
I think it's a sign that it's definitely up.
Yep.
All right.
It's 10:30. That's usual quitting time, and we've been here for 4.5 hours. That's not
You're
much.
sober.
That's not much longer than usual, but well, it's still it's closer to the regular time that I used to be able to do than we were before. So that's an improvement. And we might actually have a stream tomorrow because apparently we're starting the Finland Arma campaign tomorrow, which we'll see about how that goes. we might just be back here tomorrow because they decided they wanted to start that now.
Ooh, do I get my shovel back then?
Thunderbirds 2086. Thunderbirds in
I don't know
general.
if it's
Silver
I don't know if
Hawks.
it's in
Oh
the
God,
campaign, though.
sir, you can't say that. That's a fucking that's a Laser Hawk music video.
Okay,
now. That's not
yeah.
a real show. That's not a real show anymore. That's not a real show. It's just a Laser Hawk music video. I do remember seeing that though. But what was the other one? Silverhawks and what? There was another show that was basically the same fucking thing. What was it?
Thundercats? No.
Yes, but also
Yeah.
no. That's close.
Did we already mention Freakazoid?
No,
No,
we
we
didn't. No, we fucking didn't, and that's
I
one of
guess
the.
people don't remember Freakazoid as well as some of the other WB.
What the Bill and Ted cartoon?
I remember that vaguely. It was very strange.
Mm-hmm.
Earthworm.
Yes. Earthworm Jim.
And the Tick.
And the Tick.
Yes.
Now we're crossing into those.
Live action and the cartoon.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Wasn't there also a
live action tech?
My mind has now arrived at Clerks the Animated Series, but
oh,
I remember that, but that's like, I don't know what that is.
that's 80s.
Wasn't there also
That's-
a Beetlejuice cartoon?
Yes, there was.
Yes, there was.
But yes, that was fucking like whatchamacallit. I think my uncle bought the fucking DVD set of that one, and that's how I watched Clerks.
Yeah, same here. Saw the DVD.
Leonardo. At some point, we used to have jokes. Captain Planet.
That's a given.
Captain Planet!
Everybody remembers that one in Baby's First Environmentalism.
Oh, Life with Louie.
That
Life with Louie. Okay, yeah. That's an obscure one.
Goon, real quick. I checked with Ren. Test it.
What now? Say again. You're cutting out.
You checked with Renegade?
Kicks.
Positive?
He's gone.
Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. So I asked Renegade because
You are still cutting out.
Wait. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Renegade is planning to do a test properly start on Tuesday.
I see. We shall see. Well, we'll see how that goes. Maybe I'll be here for the test and maybe actually for the campaign. But anyway, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough for one Easter Sunday. I have been your host, Fontamin, and this has been Deep Rock Galactic, as voted for by the Voshko Destian patrons, who will now, finally, as everyone has gotten their fill of the game, be able to vote on something else. But
Hi, everybody.
that's our show. Gentlemen in the lobby here, thank you for joining us. And you at home, thank you for joining us here. I have been your host, Fontamin. Enjoy the rest of your evening, folks. Happy Easter. Good night.